Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Monday, April 27th, 2026. This is the 20th live show. Welcome, welcome. We are just moving right along. Today, we have another episode chock full of David news. Welcome to the people who are coming over from the other channel, that Surprise Witness TV. I did just put out a video on share, but today we're going to be talking about David. We're going to be talking about his brother, Caleb. We're going to be talking about the things that have come out in the case. And as a special treat, a large part of this episode is going to be about the no jumper goons. Girl, you know I leave them alone. You know I stay out of their damn business until they start snooping around and butting their little noses and their little opinions into my business. And then, girl, what is going on here? And then I have something to say, okay? I let them do whatever shenanigans we'll say. I let them do whatever shenanigans that they want to do over there until they start sniffing and snooping around what I'm doing, okay? Or until their crap comes across my timeline. So they have now been weighing in on the David situation. They're saying free David over there on the no jumper. Yes, they are. Some people were saying my mic was like quiet in the last one. So I don't know. It might be blowing your ears out now. Sorry, my bad. But I'm just trying to have it, loud enough or whatever. Anybody who doesn't get it, just stick around long enough and you will get it. I have a very years long ongoing beef with pretty much now the entire cast of No Jumper. I mean, not all of them. Some of them do have some sense, but No Jumper is a huge podcast. It's a really big podcast that's kind of like died out. But they're saying free David over there. And I am going to be talking about that. I'm going to be responding to that. Shout out to my brother / cousin, Tufstino. Originally, I thought he was my cousin, but it turns out he's my brother. Okay, we didn't do the blood test, but it's pretty obvious. So my brother, cousin, Tufstino, he has been trying to call this behavior out for several live streams, and I just missed it. It did not come across my desk. But I have some other things I want to show y'all as well. And this is not going to be, yeah, he's all our cousin. This is not going to be today. So this won't be the last live stream I do about this unless I do get to it eventually. But I do have from my mom, and y'all might see her. I don't know if she's in the chat yet. I don't know if Tufstino's in here either, by the way. He may come and watch the recap. I don't know, girl. I mean, I'm live for so many hours. I feel like if you don't watch it while it's going on live or very shortly after, you might just miss it because I have so many hours already on this channel. But anyway, so my mom has gone through the Steve Fischer interview and autopsy report. And she's made some notes and she's kind of explained things. Like, I don't know anybody in the whole world who has watched more hours of true crime than my mom. I'll tell you that. This has been going on since I can remember being alive. She has always been the one to be watching. I mean, it started out with, what was it called? Like America's Most Wanted and, whatever, not True Detective. She don't like no scripted show. She only wants to watch, true crime stuff. I think she probably, I shouldn't even say this, but I think she could probably like actually get away with what, because she's watched so many of these shows. So she is not an expert by any means of like a doctor. I don't want anybody thinking anything that I'm going to read about that is going to be something like it's a doctor, but I will say she has some expertise of watching these shows. Unsolved Mysteries. That's the one. No, my mom did not make me curious about this case at all whatsoever. I already was following the case and interested in the case, but she kind of has more life experience of looking at autopsy results and reports and what the wounds mean and what could have caused them and stuff like that. No, she did not make me this curious. Actually, she cannot make me cover stuff. Oh, Tufstino's going to go live this morning. Cool. My mom is just like anybody else, that she can do absolutely nothing to make me follow a topic. No, there's nobody on this earth. There's no human person that can make me interested in a topic, make me follow a topic. If they bring it to my attention, I might like it. I might not. I don't do topics for money or anything like that. Yeah, and, like, all those other shows, like, now, like, Wretched Woman. No, she didn't no. My mom did not make me interested in this stuff generally. In fact, I would, like, avoid watching that stuff because it freaked me out. I'd be like, "I don't wanna watch that." It makes me feel like I'm getting followed. It makes me feel like I'm gonna get I was a young woman living in, many huge American cities by myself and single, so I was not trying to fill my mind and my head with all of that stuff at all whatsoever. Like, I was living alone in Boston for 3 years, alone. I mean, I had roommates, but like, I was a single woman traveling to and from work. I lived in Philly for 3 years as well. In the meantime, I also lived for a summer in New York City in Manhattan. So, no, I was not watching that stuff. It wasn't actually until after the Free Britney movement that I really started to follow these more like high profile criminal cases and civil cases. And now I just started following trials from beginning to end. So I would say no, she did not. She did not foster the curiosity. No. If anything, I was oversaturated with that and I don't want to hear it. But, things come all the way back around. And thankfully, she does have that information and that knowledge or whatever. A lot of y'all are like, I never watch them. My mom watched them. Oh my God, I watch true crime shows and documentaries. It's all of it. Forensic files, pretty much investigation, discovery, that stuff. Anyway, okay. So I do have a few things that are kind of like holdovers and leftovers from um the last video. So let's just get started without any further ado. I meant to show y'all this days ago. Somehow I gotta maybe work on refining my organization system because I know for sure that I wanted to show y'all this videos ago and somehow it didn't happen. But this right here is a post. I'm resharing it from the shade room. But this right here, Caleb with the V instead of the A. I think it's very interesting because David also uses the V instead of the no, he uses a 4 instead of an A. D4VD. So David, he uses a 4. The brother uses a V. Caleb, 2 B's underscore underscore. Maybe it's just 1 underscore. But that's the little brother right there. And this he did post. I was going to show y'all this days ago and I guess I didn't see the link in the live or whatever. But I was able to go in the real time when this was posted by the brother, go to the Instagram, found the picture myself, found the post. It was like a highlight on his story, the little brother's story. And I found the post and in the story, I clicked on it. I even might have even taken a screenshot. But I did confirm, not necessarily that for sure this is David's brother, although, I mean, the resemblance is uncanny. And Aisha Collins follows the brother still. Remember Aisha, the friend? Well, she follows him. So I am assuming this is really David's little brother's account. And look what he had posted. All, he spelled it wrong, PDF files and our beepists should die. Period. And this was after it came out that David had on his phone, you know what. Now, please in the live chat and also in the comments, refrain from and avoid please using the words that, you can, PDF file is fine, but you know what I mean? I ain't trying to get, you know what, over here. So supposedly, yes, his brother's David. This is David's brother and his brother is David. And he said all PDF files and beepists should die. And this was recently, this was 2-3 days ago that this came out on his stories. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, okay, so that means David's little brother wants him to become no longer among the living? It does seem like a statement to say the least. It seems like a statement to put it one way. Okay. So, all right. I want to move on to the next thing. Just wanted to show y'all that. Now this is from the Reddit. This is from the Reddit. And they're saying that remember this photo? We've seen this photo before. They're trying to say this photo was taken actually by the police. The first time Celeste ran away when she was 12. I don't know if that's true. They do say, don't come at me if I'm incorrect. Please, thank you. So let's see what the people said. If anybody corrected this, he put it in here as a question. Yes, she was picked up by police from 804 Doheny on February 18th, 2024. Maybe it was the 19th. And she was returned after someone emailed Josh Marshall. Now, this says her family, Celeste's family, emailed David's manager, Josh Marshall, but I don't think that has been disputed. I'll say that. Steve Fischer has gone on interviews, the private investigator that was hired by the owner of the house David was living in. Steve Fischer has gone on interviews and said that it was not Celeste's family who contacted the management about Celeste. It was someone else. It was another concerned individual. So I don't know if it was the family members or not, but someone contacted Josh Marshall back in 2024 to basically return Celeste to her family. And one thing led to the next, and Celeste did get returned to her family the next day. This was always a rumor. It was recently confirmed when SF Investigates tweeted that he had asked for any investigation materials related to that address, and police didn't deny they had them, but told SF to contact Riverside. Right. I'm not positive when this photo is from, but the police did pick her up. So they're saying it's inconclusive. However, even if this picture wasn't taken by police, when Celeste was 12 years old, this is what she probably looked like when David met her. Now, whether it was in person, it was a family friend. Thank you, Flojo. Thank you, Flojo. Flojo, shout out to Flojo TV in the chat. I don't know who works harder on this case than Flojo. I don't know. He's out there in person. He's out here online. He's sending stuff to other creators. He ain't gatekeeping, I tell you that. Shout out to Flojo. Can we get some claps in the chat for Flojo TV? David was crying yesterday because he said he wasn't getting enough recreational time. Listen, what I will say, I personally would have a very hard time in solitary confinement. There's been times before, I told y'all earlier in the live, like I used to live as a single woman alone in these cities while I was studying for the bar and getting my law school education. It's part of the thing. It's part of what we do out here. And, there were times where I would become, hospitalized for stuff. Like I was always like just working so hard that I would become exhausted, dehydrated. I always was having a kidney stone or something, it was like always something. And there were times when I was in the hospital by myself, for like a couple days and nobody would come visit me because I was there in Philly or whatever alone. And I started to feel like I was going crazy. And that wasn't really isolation. You know what I mean? Like I was in a hospital room by myself, but I could theoretically, if somebody would unclip me from the saline or whatever, I could get up and go walk around and I could call for a nurse or whatever. But even that level of like, you can't go nowhere, you got to stay here until you feel better type of thing, waiting for the doctor, waiting for the nurse. It starts to make you feel this restless, like cabin fever type of like you might like to sit down on your couch all day. You might like nobody to bother you, nobody to call you, nobody to text you, nobody to send you an email for 5 straight days. And that might be heaven to you in your house. But when you're in a circumstance where you don't really have the full control over being in isolation, it starts to mess with your psyche. Then you add that isolation to surveillance. That does something very, very specific to the human psychology and the human psyche. And there's stuff that's not even explainable that goes on. I mean, people can start to hallucinate. They can start to hear things that aren't there, start to feel all kinds of feelings. Yeah, one time my mom did come to the hospital, but there were other times where she did not, and I was there alone. Yeah, EB said, I'm chronically hospitalized. I cannot be there alone. I do not know Trapmore Ross. I've heard of him before. Of course, I've watched some of his David coverage. How could you not? He's out here making a video every 15 and a half minutes, but I don't know him, no. This is actually a good point, Tammy, that I wanted to talk about a little bit. So thank you for this comment. It gives me an opportunity to do so. If you dig deeper on the brother, he's very jealous. If anyone had a motive to set David up, I think it would be him. He did say he likes girls that look like Celeste. Here's the thing about the brother. He's about the same age as Celeste, from what I heard. So a lot of people have been saying this, let's look at the brother, look to the brother. The brother knew what was going on. The brother is years younger than David. The brother could still be a minor, from what I understand. So how much responsibility we're going to put on another 12 to 15-year-old when there were adults around, Robert Morgan Roth, and by extension, Tammy, how much setting up could a brother really do? If he can't drive, and he might be 16 now. Celeste would be turning 16 this year. So I don't know if the brother setting up David is the first place I would go. If I'm talking about, somebody's going to set somebody up, and I'm not saying David was set up by any means, or I'm not saying I believe David was set up. Of course, none of us know if David did what he's accused of doing or not. There is some alarming and damning evidence, specifically with relation to appearing on videos, pictures, etc., with Celeste, who we do know was a runaway, who we do know was a minor. I haven't personally seen any evidence of him even giving her a little kiss on the cheek. I haven't seen any evidence of him even really touching her. So what I've seen with my own eyes as evidence, there really is no evidence I've seen that is a smoking gun against David. Now, some of the evidence I hope I never see. I never want to see that mutilated corpse, for example. But that being said, I don't think if somebody's setting David up, it's probably more likely to be like a manager or somebody that was a jealous lover or a jealous best friend. I don't think that it's the very young brother who's years younger than David. He just turned 18, they saying. They may both be involved. Sure. David could have gotten all kinds of people involved. But if David got the little brother involved, the little brother probably wouldn't be trying to set David up. He'd probably be trying to hide his part of the crime too. He probably wouldn't be making a whole bunch of statements. But at the same time, look, listen, I don't have a criminal mindset. I don't think like a criminal. I don't have a liar mindset, and I don't think like a liar. So it is difficult for me to imagine, what a liar or somebody who did commit a crime in this hypothetical. I'm not saying that the brother committed a crime. I'm leaning toward he probably didn't, because he was younger than the age of consent when all of this stuff happened. But people under 18 can commit crimes, absolutely, and they can do it on purpose. And some of them can commit crimes that are so serious they probably need to be locked up. So that's my opinion on it. I did wonder this as well. Reborn Furniture Design said, I'm more inclined to wonder if David did untoward things toward the little brother. Okay. David set himself up, feeding his creepy id with every last weird thought he had. Yeah. Jane said, I feel David did it and a friend was supposed to dispose of it and said, F that, and left it in a car. I'm leaning toward this too. I'm leaning toward that too. It takes a lot of hate to stab, to face that personal attack. I don't know what that means. He feels betrayed by his brother. Maybe he's expressing his feelings. Yes, there will be updates today, Chicken Boy. Specifically, the grand crescendo of this live, after I get through a couple of items that aren't as breaking of news, we're going to get into the No Jumper host saying free David and the crazy things that the hosts of No Jumper have been saying about this case. They pretty much are back to some little girls be fast and grown and thrust theyself into the lifestyle. We're pretty much back to square one with them. I'm going to have to gather them up at the end of this video, or not the end of this video, but after I get through some other things. Interesting. Not the Earth said, I think David would fit the profile of a Chris Watts family spouse annihilator type. Could be. I hope their whole platform goes under. I don't know who you're talking about. Apparently there is another victim as well. That is what Steve Fischer, the investigator, is reporting. that there is another victim, at least one other victim. It could be more. Now, of course, obligatory. I don't know any of these people. I wasn't there when any of this stuff happened, and they're all innocent till proven guilty. One victim, two victim, any victim, he's innocent till proven guilty. But yeah, I did hear that. Steve Fischer did identify and has been contacted by a second minor who apparently David had one minor living at one house, which would have been Celeste at the second Doheny place. That's where that Epstein, what's controversial about beep, beep, kids, you know what I mean? That video came from that house. And then there was the Doheny place mansion, which is the one on Bluebird, whatever, nearby where the car was parked, the one where Steve Fischer went in and said he found an incinerator box and a chainsaw and cameras and other things. So there's two Doheny houses. And then there's a third house we have to concern ourselves with. Maybe it was an apartment. I think it was a house that David was actually arrested from. Like he was put under arrest at that third house, which was just a few weeks ago. Melanated Wealth 222 said, yep, someone did not dispose of something as they were supposed to. Can't wait to find out who that is. He does not need to go down alone. That's where I am with it. I think it wasn't just David. I think like there were probably many, many other people, and at least one other person needs to go down. I don't think David should be scapegoated for all of this. I guarantee, well, I can't guarantee, but it feels to me like at least one older person had to be involved as well, like a real adult. Not that David wasn't a real adult. He was. He was absolutely a grown man. But things don't just fall off the coconut tree, or whatever. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you got to learn these behaviors from something and somewhere. But the chainsaw is a huge red flag. Oh, we're going to talk about somebody, and somebody actually said something about being a butcher on a pin comment. I will go and, if I can remember that one, look at that one. Okay. So yesterday was Sunday. We talked on the live stream yesterday. Shout out to everybody who came for the special Sunday live show. But we talked yesterday about a few different people who apparently have been trying to warn the internet and the world about David for years. Years prior to him actually getting arrested, people were on his Discord and on his various social media channels, kind of calling him exactly what it's now accused he is by the alleged by the prosecutors. So I have another one of those, somebody tried to warn us. I mean, I say us, I was obviously not in this Discord, so they couldn't have been trying to warn me, but this from 2 hours ago today, someone posted this, a few more screenshots of the David's Closet server. Chat revival. Any women who want to join for e-date stream? So there was like a speed dating, I guess, type of thing online. Has to be 18 plus, no minor. DM Anglisi. DM this person named Anglisi. These images show a moderator and David himself talking about e-dates. Also, the second slide is absolutely crazy. Okay, so here's the second slide. Who wants to go on a date? Me, baby girl. And then this says deleted user, but it was in 2023, May 6th, 2023. At this time, Celeste would have been 12 years old. I'm not saying this is Celeste typing this, but this is supposedly, sorry, I got confused because this is supposedly a conversation going on about between people about going on a date. Now, who is this? Minor. It's interesting because the person's profile name is Minor, but it's not spelled like minor in age. It's spelled like a coal miner or like a diamond miner. Like the profession or the like the noun minor, which is more like to work, versus minor, which is someone under the age of consent. So I don't know if David is supposed to be minor. There's also another variable I don't know. When a Discord user deletes their account, or if they are banned, I think that this yellow icon shows up and then they're just called deleted user. Now, there is a way to go back into the back end and figure out who the deleted user, or at least to figure out like the unique profile code of that user. But I don't know how to do that. So we have two things that are ambiguous here. Right here we have, oh, that's David. Is it? I can't even tell. Like, is this supposed to be David? Or is this supposed to be David? We don't know. This is completely out of context. But also, we don't know if this deleted user where they say, I'm a minor, is the same deleted user as this comment. But this is really the comment here that, regardless who wrote it, is very interesting. Who want to go on a date? Minor. Me, baby girl. I'm a minor. Oh, that's David. Is it? I can't tell. So maybe he's trying to say, oh, is this David? Deleted user said, David, a P3DO file. Okay, this is in 2023. Somebody said, David, a beep, 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 beep. Everyone, go make a TikTok under the sound in my most recent TikTok, and I'll stream e-dates and talent shows. So he was saying, go. And this is also one thing, too, that I've always kind of suspected or wondered. Did David have like view botting? Did he have bots somehow? Was he in group chats? Was he in places where he could make his music go not necessarily like artificially viral, but like kinda where he's like, everybody go stream this, that, and the other, and I'll in return do a go share my song, go listen to my song, and I'll do e-dates on a stream or whatever. And then there was that whole stream of David looking at two little girls. Maybe they were 10, 11 years old. And behind him is Aisha, and she's giggling and cackling. And here's David going, I'm such a gooner. It's like, is that supposed to be funny? Because it ain't funny. There was a lady who works at his jail. I guess his block is surrounded by people who murked other people and notorious gang members. Well, look, live by the sword, die by the sword. You can't roll with the big dogs. You bet stay on the porch. He was out here doing what he was doing, allegedly, as alleged by prosecutors. I don't know because I wasn't there. Random YouTube user said, definitely. There are Discord bots and bot services, that can be obtained to inflate views and engagement. Very interesting. Chicken Boy said he used to stream on Twitch. I watched when he was doing the music video in that cube thing. People are saying the brother just turned 18. Good to know. Good to know. The Steve Fischer interview or what? What did you watch again last night? Chase Keith. I don't know who that is, but Chase Keith said the same thing, whoever that is. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not going to get into it today, but I do have a whole like sprawling conspiracy theory that David had somehow figured out how to go viral, like basically ride the algorithm back in 2022. I'll give you the short version. And that's why his little Alvin and the Chipmunk songs were going viral. I did a whole video on this already, full documentary investigation on BJ Investigates. I played a little clip from it in yesterday's live, but you should really definitely go and check out the full investigation on BJ Investigates from last year. It's from October, I think October 16th, 2025, like the month after Celeste. I looked into David's whole past. I watched all the interviews I could get my hands on. I took notes. I mean, I have pages and pages and pages of handwritten notes about it. And there were a few questions that kept pervading throughout. For example, the first question, or in no particular order, I was wondering, why did David have to move schools? Specifically from New York to Texas? Did his dad get reassigned? Did his mom get reassigned to a job? Did they have family from, why? Why New York to Texas? And why homeschool? That was another question. And how exactly did he end up getting signed? So I have a theory. This is just speculation theory, conspiracy theory, you could say, that and David said specifically that he was getting copyright claimed on his videos specifically by Universal Music Group. Okay, Universal Music Group. That's who was copyright striking and taking down his videos. So at first he had figured out how to go viral by just using the most viral song clips. But then he was starting to make money on them, and they all were getting red dollar sign, red dollar sign, red dollar sign by YouTube. And so he's like, okay, if I can't put my videos on YouTube without copyright, I got to transform it. That's when he started to make covers of his own self singing the songs as a chipmunk, like in the chipmunk voice. And those went viral too. I remember even seeing some of the TikToks that went viral about with the chipmunk voice. Well, after that, the next step in the progression was he started to write his actual own music. And this was at the behest of his mother, who said, look, if you keep getting copyright claimed, just write your own songs like you used to do in church or whatever. And so David did start doing that, started writing his own songs, and then he would put those out. But at first, he put even those songs out as Alvin the Chipmunk. Like he said, Alvin the Chipmunk or Chipmunk Sing, da 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 da, which again probably was another copyright issue, but that's neither here nor there. It wasn't until it was either Here With You or Romantic Homicide, one of those two, he finally said, if y'all like this song as Alvin the Chipmunk, then I'll put out the original if it gets a certain amount of engagement or whatever. And then it did. People liked it and they wanted to hear the real thing. So he finally puts out the first real song, of his. And this is just from my memory. Okay, I might be getting a couple little details here and there wrong, but I never forgot that it was Universal Music who was copyright striking and copyright claiming his videos. My first David video I ever made, I played some clips from the Romantic Homicide video, a song that he wrote before he was signed, by the way. David was not yet signed when he wrote and released on the internet Romantic Homicide. So when I made my first video on David back in first or second, back in the day, last year on That Surprise Witness, I got copyright claimed for using some of his music video because I was reacting to it. Guess who freaking owned Romantic Homicide? Universal Music. So I have a theory. All right. Universal Music is one of the major, 5 or 10 or whatever, huge record, not just record labels, but also like distributors. And like these 360 deals pretty much mean you own the artist, you own their name, you own where they go, you own their likeness, you own any song they make, you own any art they make, you own all of it. I mean, these contracts are thick as a freaking dictionary. And I don't know. I didn't see David's contract. Maybe he has some super special different one. But in general, I think it's a very drastic understatement to call these just record labels. They're like human ownership. They're chattel slave owners, as far as I'm concerned. Now, it is a little bit different. I don't mean to be too obtuse, because at the end of the day, people do have the choice to sign a contract. However, how old was David exactly when he signed that contract? 18, 19, 17? If he was 17, who signed it? Him? Or his parents? I don't know. These are some of the questions that I had. But my conspiracy theory is Universal Music and these Universal type record companies, they don't like competition, and they don't like other people to use the stuff they spent money to own. They don't like it. They don't like it. They will strike down your whole entire video. And if you do it 3 times, they'll take away your means to make money on YouTube for using 5 freaking seconds of their stupid song. Okay. So they don't like it. Some may say they have good reason not to like it. Some may disagree. I think there's a middle ground. I think, people shouldn't be just stealing from other people's art, but at the same time, they have to be people. We, the people, have to be allowed to make commentary, and especially whenever it's a huge newsworthy public, event and stuff like that, like going back and looking at David's videos has to be allowed. I mean, this is a huge case, but anyway, okay. I said I was giving y'all the short version, but oops. So my conspiracy theory is this. Somebody somewhere, maybe it was a Benny Blanco type, maybe it was somebody a little lower down, maybe it wasn't like freaking Lucian Grange or anything, but somebody somewhere saw David as a potential competition. Because remember, what he was doing at the very beginning was just using clips of songs, actual songs. He had just figured out which ones would go viral, and he would put those viral songs. Basically, I called it riding the algorithm, riding what was already going to be viral, whether he made the video or not, and jumping on the train, right? Like you kind of jump on the train in the back, you don't pay your ticket. And I think somebody at Universal saw that. And David was getting so many millions and millions of views on those Alvin the Chipmunks videos. And he was singing straight up covers of songs. It's almost like he had outsmarted them. You see where I'm going with this? So then he starts writing his own songs. And they're like, well, we can't copyright claim that. So let's just sign him. And he went from competition to product that was owned. That is a conspiracy theory I have. I don't know if I even fully believe it myself, but it's something I've kind of felt like, they like to get in and get these kids as young adults. But he was right on the cusp of okay, he wasn't 13. It wasn't like he was about to be 6 years. It wasn't 16 like Justin Bieber was. He was almost about to be 18. So it's interesting to me that he, went on tour the same year. It just basically he went from nothing to huge push in about a year. And I wonder if it's because they just didn't want to have him as competition, and they would rather own him and his work and his art, because he was finna be making art no matter what, and he was gonna figure out how to go viral, whether they were a part of it or not. And who wants to compete when you can own? That's their mindset. I don't want to own anything or anybody, truly. If I could get through this whole thing without owning very much, that'd be great. But I think the most sinister area of law isn't even family law or conservatorship. I think it's intellectual property, because there's stuff that shouldn't be able to be owned. There's stuff that you shouldn't be able to sue somebody for stuff. And that falls in that area. I digress. Anyway, that was longer than I wanted to spend on that detour. But this is him, go make a TikTok under this sound. In my recent TikTok, I'll stream dates. So I'll go on dates with y'all if you go and share my thing and make it go viral, I guess. I don't know. Mainly the reason that I wanted to show y'all this post here was this part right here. David, a PD, blah, 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 file, 1:50 in the morning, May 2023. Somebody is saying this. Now, is it a joke? Is it not a joke? Is it common knowledge? I don't know. But we did cover yesterday some other situations where people were trying to call David out years ago, and nothing really happened until now as far as an arrest or even an investigation that we know of. Okay, so somebody sent me an email of this, and we talked about David's hand the other day, and yesterday. We talked about that cross, the red cross on his hand. And we went back and forth, was that from a cut he was trying to conceal? What had happened there? Was it just a temporary tattoo? Was it just a drawing? Reasonable minds can disagree, but somebody sent me another picture, because yesterday I talked about how he had that red cross on his hand on April 24th. That is the day after Celeste died, according to the prosecutors. They say that Celeste passed away on April 23rd, 2025. She wasn't found until September, but April 23rd, 2025 is when they say that she lost her life for the first time. Not for the first time, girl. The prosecutors allege that is the last time she was seen alive or heard from. So they are, assuming that Celeste lost her life that day, April 23rd. So yesterday I showed y'all a picture of that, whatever, it looks like a scratch or something on David's hand, a cross and a scratch, and then another picture where it looks like a cross was drawn on there. It's hard to tell if it's the left or the right hand, because sometimes it looks like the left, sometimes it looks like the right, but I think that's because some apps just mirror your camera, so it's hard to tell. However, that was the day after Celeste had died. Well, he also apparently, and thank you to the person who sent this to my email, he also apparently had that cut the day Celeste is purported by the prosecutors to have died. She sent me this picture as well. This is just a screenshot she sent me, but here it is. It says, new album. Hold on, where is this picture? My new album drops tomorrow. And here's David with his hands in the air. And it does appear to be still light outside. So this kind of hurts the theory that he got this wound while unaliving Celeste, unless he did it during the middle of the day in the broad daylight. Because look, the date here is 4/23/2025. Your prayers have been answered. It's finally here. And then here's David on his hands and knees. I'm looking over here for Celeste's shoes. There's David on his knees, rather. And then here's his hand. And it does appear that he does have that red cross already drawn there. So is this an apartment? This looks like a hotel room or an apartment? He does have the red cross already here. And this is supposedly the day Celeste passed away. So I don't know when David is purported exactly to have unalived Celeste. I think I just assumed maybe it was at nighttime. So if he did unalive her at nighttime and this picture was taken on that very same day in the daytime, he already had that red cross there. So maybe it has nothing to do with the knife. People are saying it's a tattoo he actually got the week before. Could be. Oh, this is interesting. Somebody said, I also think he's a huge manipulator. The girl whose breakup texts with him were leaked said he introduced her to religion, and I think he just chooses whatever gimmick he thinks will work. He introduced her to religion. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting to say the least. Her black purse is on the table there. Oh, okay, let me look for the black purse. The Louis Vuitton is on the table. I don't see it. Where? That looks like a duffel bag. This looks just like some type of drawer. I don't even see a table. This is maybe a table over here. I don't see anything about it. I don't see the purse unless it's supposed to be over here somewhere. Where's the purse? That would be interesting if Celeste's purse was there. He did not unalive her in the nighttime. I think someone did a timeline on Reddit and he could not have done it at night. Right, because didn't he have an 8 o'clock thing? It's on the left, but it looks like it's cut off in this one. Oh, okay. So maybe it was a video and some parts of the video do show it. Thank you so much to Melanated Wealth for the $5 super chat. She says, as a mother, I'm going to say David should have been allowed to go outside more as a child. Not so shut in. Say it with me, class. An idle mind is the devil's playground or workshop. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I agree. I used to have to go outside. I think that was for the best. Your Discord is linked to your Gmail, Apple Mail, so they can find it if it was him. Same for Celeste, so it's never fully deleted. Good to know. Thank you for the $4.99 Super Saiyan snack. Thank you. And for that information, I did not know that. In a different pic, it's by the couch. Gotcha. Okay, so people are saying, yeah, Celeste was at his house. Oh my God, that's crazy. This is the day she died. Oh my God. Okay, she said coffee table is moved. The purse is in this room, but a different short. And it's a suitcase on the side of the room too. You know, somebody did bring up to me that maybe Celeste wanted to go on the tour. And she was like, all right, well, if you're not going to bring me on the tour, I'm telling. I'm telling on you. You're not going to just go off after using me for these many years. I don't know if that happened, obviously. I mean, somebody else like brought that up. And I'm starting to wonder, you know, what exactly led to that happening that day. Okay, so I got an email from one of y'all, a criminologist. I'm not going to bring up the picture because I realized I didn't edit out her email address or her information. So, well, let me see if I can edit it. Maybe I can edit it here and then I'll be able to. Okay, yeah. Let me just edit out her information real quick. Okay. So this is from a criminologist, and it's just, a tip that I got. It's not facts or anything like that. It's just something I found to be interesting. She says, the title of the email is Random Thought. Love your work. Big fan. Long time now. Shout out. Love you. Mean it. She said, not a clue specifically, but a random thought. Okay. So just a random thought. She said, I studied criminology and have my master's in criminal justice and criminology in Australia. Just for context, I'm not just a law and order watcher. Okay, so she's educated. All right, shout out to the Australian cousins in the chat. She said, but I was thinking, like, do you think this is the first time David did something like this? Like, I mean, it seems like he had been interested and exposed to gore a lot. It seems like he had this alter ego stuff well explored, jumping from thinking and viewing to actually unaliving and then also dismembering and hiding a body seems like pretty big leaps. What if there's others as in victims? Maybe he did get away with it in the past. Maybe whatever was supposed to happen this time just got messed up. I don't know. I just think it's pretty huge of his first time cutting someone up. He did it with decent precision, was able to come back 2 weeks later, to the body, hide it, and the only reason we know about it is because of a smell in the impound lot. He could have gotten away with this. So in my mind, it stands to reason he may have before. Maybe I've watched too much true crime. Take care of yourself, mental health through all this. It's heavy. Sending lots of love from the Australian cousins. So, good question. And a lot of people have said that. This ain't his first rodeo, people are saying. Why was he taken out of school? Maybe he did it on midnight of the 22nd, which would actually be the morning of the 23rd. Sarah said, not his first rodeo. Venus Envy said, duh. He thought about this and planned this out for a long time. Is he guilty? People, I agree. I've always thought it wasn't his first time. And he had a body bag handy. Maybe the Instagram posts were pre-recorded. True. But even if they were pre-recorded, that still would put that thing on his hand before Celeste died. Cause she died on the 23rd. So maybe I don't know. Maybe he just did that video right after he unalived her and he would have something red on his hand, but they're saying no. People are saying no, he did get a tattoo. Serial unalivers start off with animals, pets, insects. Where did he start? People are saying he is a serial unaliver. Y'all, that is something I haven't really thought myself, but now y'all have me thinking and wondering. Maybe he hired someone else to cut her up. SF Investigates said there was no evidence that Celeste was living with David from January 24 to April 25. The proof that she came and went during that time, they're trying to determine where she was during that time. Well, the prosecutors must have found proof because they said that he was living with or had constant access to her. I feel like Asia knew what happened, but wasn't part of it, just a feeling. I think the hand tattoo in red ink was a deliberate cover up for the wound. Someone said in a blind item that there are others allegedly, and some of those blind items ended up being true on other stuff. So, that's true. If it was midnight the 22nd, then the 23rd is already there. He copied the way he murmured her and dismembered her from Japanese manga from 30 years ago. I know, I talked about that yesterday. Morgan Roth knows more than we think. Could be. Okay, so now I want to talk about another picture that was submitted. This one was from my mom. And actually, compelling points. As you can see up here, she said, the wounds are almost the same places of Celeste's wounds, not trying to start a conspiracy theory. Blind item is supporting evidence or direct evidence. Neither. A blind item wouldn't be evidence because it can't be substantiated. Blind items by default are anonymous. So anonymous sources are not generally going to be considered to be evidence. But it could be a lead. So the investigators could follow up on the lead, try to figure out who at the blind item place made the blind item, why they said that, where they got it from. And then it could turn into evidence, but it can't really be used as evidence if they don't know who said it for sure, because they're anonymous. But anyway, look at this. Look at this. This is one of the shows he did. And this is him walking out from behind. I think he might be holding a microphone, but that thing looks mysteriously like a katana sword handle. He's got his little microphone pack on, but like, look at where these holes are. Like, if you were to take this shirt off and put it on Celeste Rivas Hernandez backwards, it would be like exactly where she was stabbed with the 2 wounds that killed her. And I think this is from Coachella, if I'm not mistaken. This was the same month Celeste was unalived. And that's that weird ratty shirt that he was wearing. Isn't that weird? The blind items are also saying that... Oh, also a blind item was confirmed by SF. Did SF say that David was selling this material? I must have missed that. I guess I haven't watched every SF investigates thing. So Coachella ended at like 420, and that was the second weekend, ended at on 420. And then 23rd is when Celeste allegedly died. So this was 3 days before, if it was the last day. This could have been the first weekend of Coachella. Unless this was something else. I think this is Coachella. Estel's Dead said, I think this was actually his first time. Estel's Dead is not buying the serial unaliver thing. She said, I think it was the first time. He did plan it, of how he was going to do it, but he didn't specifically think it all the way through about when and how he was going to dispose of it. Hence why she was found like this. Melanated Wealth, thank you for the $2 super chat. She said, cousins, what the hell is a blind item? Good question. So there's this, Hollywood tabloid culture. And these blind items were originally started by an entertainment lawyer in Hollywood. And they would say things in ways that weren't always clear. It would be like, this A-list celebrity is currently charting and touring in Australia. No one will ever know what she's trying to hide. Hint, it's a baby or something like that. And then you have to kind of piece together like who's in Australia, who's in A-list, who's number one. And then people will start bickering, right? Like, oh no, that's Blake Lively's not A-list or whatever kind of thing. But now, from what I understand, the publisher of these blind items, these celebrity blind items, has the publisher has been bought. So I don't think it's the same entertainment lawyer that used to do the blind items. However, it's basically like Hollywood rumors that are not substantiated. And it's like even less credible than like a tabloid because they don't always tell you even who it's actually about specifically. And sometimes, this permanent A-list celebrity is fighting with her kids. The children of this permanent A-list celebrity are staging an intervention, and you got to figure out it's Britney. So a lot of times these things end up being false. They end up not being substantiated, and they end up being proven false. But a lot of times they end up being real. So they prove correct. So when the blind items come out, it's kind of like a TMZ article. It's like, oh, could be true, could be not, but you just got to take it with a grain of salt kind of thing. But that's what they are. Thank you for the $2 super chat. The sever the string thing he was rambling about the next day. I know. It's also not for profit. Apparently, allegedly. I mean, they say that, girl. I don't know. They might charge somebody. I never tried to get something run over there, but melanated wealth, no. It depends. Presumed by who? Are they presumed to be true by me? No. Are they presumed to be true by some people? Yes. Are they always consistently true? No. Should we presume them all to be true? No. It's kind of like literally a rumor. That's what it is. It's rumors that are printed. Yeah. Yeah. When is the next court date? From what I understand, the next court date is going to be on Wednesday, April 29th. And then again on Friday, May 1st. I don't know if you can advertise on the website. I don't either. Yeah, 29th and then one on May 1st. Crazy Days and Nights, I think is what it's called. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So I wanted to show y'all that. I found the placement of these two holes. Like if you would take this, it's almost like the ghost of Celeste is already on his back in this weird, ominous way, right? If you, like I said, if you took this shirt off of him and put it on Celeste in the front of her body, it's almost like right where the wounds that killed her, according to the coroner, would even be. Okay. So what else do I have here? Okay. So that brings us to the no jumper verse. Okay. And I want to start here. Hold on.
Nope. It's for Chan.
I'm trying to pause this. It's just not working.
Flacco calls Munchie B out for his take on the Celeste. And
my internet is so slow. Hold on. My internet's been having a lot of problems lately. I don't know why. I have 3 different internets and all of them are slow. Okay. All right. So let's talk about these no jumper hosts, shall we? Okay, because it's not one, and I think not even 2, but multiple no jumper hosts out here saying David didn't do anything wrong. Free David. David was lied to and set up. And I don't even want y'all to take my word for it. We're going to go over here and check it out ourselves. Now, and shout out to my brother / cousin, Tough Stino, because he is the one that originally made me aware of this. It must be AI sucking up all the energy. I know. It feels so orchestrated, said Pink Pepper. Like to a T. Is he trying to put on a whole production? It does seem like that, right? It kind of makes him seem like a mastermind. We do not like no jumper over here. No, we do not. Chicken Boy said, my internet's bugging too. Thank you so much to 039D29 for the $49.99 super chat. Oh, girl. Jeff Tremaine and Johnny Knoxville are doing an Ask Me Anything on Reddit and movies at 3 p.m. today. Have so many questions about that rehab movie. Oh, was a Tory involved? You know what I would ask? How well do they know Jed Wallace? That's what I would ask. I mean, nobody sent any hate to them. Thank you so much for the $49.99 at super chat. Even though they probably were behind a smear campaign, but I'm not even getting into that today. Okay. So Tough Stino here. Let me turn the captions on. Tough Stino is how I figured out or learned that the no jumper universe is even aware of David in the first place. I mean, obviously, how could you not be aware? But I do not go seeking out their degenerated opinions. Okay, so where are we at here? So that's at hour. Where am I? Hour 37 mark. Okay. Okay. So let's watch a little bit of this video because there's 2 separate instances. Okay, there's 2 separate instances going on. There's one instance with Munchie B, and there's another instance going on now with this other guy who literally looks. Do y'all remember Slipknot? Hold on. I don't remember the name of the guy, but he wore that thing on his head. Oh my God, this is demonic. This band is demonic. But like okay. You see these guys, you see what they look like. They have these things on their head, and then like sometimes they put it to where like their hair comes out of it or whatever. This guy right here, he like looks like this, and like sometimes their hair comes out of the top of the masks. Okay, that's what this guy on No Jumper reminds me of. And you'll see what I mean, I think, when I get to it. But before we get to him, let's start with Munchie B, who was saying basically David didn't, 607 Onk. Oh my God, y'all. I rebuke in the name of the one true God. I just became aware of who this guy was yesterday, literally yesterday, because I was watching this progeny of videos by my brother / cousin Tufstino. Okay. And he even said it. Oh, I don't take him seriously. I don't take any demons seriously. So don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not taking anything he says seriously. But unfortunately, there have been minors go on that show who I believe are victims of S trafficking. So I have to speak out, even if someone is trying to be a troll, because you're not going to get away with the benefits of being a troll on my watch without also getting the consequences. Welcome to the consequence, bitch. That was for 607 Onk. And guess what he's going to do to me? Not a damn, not one there, not one thing. Feels good to know no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Feels very good to know that. Anyway, here is girl Slipknot I rebuke, but I know y'all like them. I know. Y'all like them. Y'all like ICP. And that's fine. I love the First Amendment because y'all can like whatever y'all want. I don't like it. Scares me. I'm not the target audience. I'll say that. Okay, so let's listen to my cousin. I'm gonna speed it to 1.25. I may speed it up more or slow it down depending on how we go here. And I start this video. This one was from 2 days ago. Oh no. 2 days ago, day before yesterday. And then we're gonna watch a whole nother one with the Slipknot guy. Okay. And Slipknot is probably gonna be so upset if they ever hear that I compared them to this guy. But I mean, that's what it reminded me of. I'm so sorry. It just does. And I think y'all are gonna see why. But the reason I'm starting here from this live stream, starting an hour, 37 minutes in, is because he says, wait until cousin BJ sees this. I ain't gonna lie. Wait till cousin BJ sees this one. Okay. Okay, let me start a little bit further back. Okay, let's start at 1:35, 2 minutes before. He says, your man Munchie B is tweaking. What is Munchie B doing? I have like a less of an aversion to Munchie B than the rest of them. Munchie B is blind, first of all. So I'm not trying to go too hard on a blind man or whatever. But like a lot of times Munchie B will say something that's reasonable or he'll sit out on the stupid fights. So he's not always on my watch list or anything. But he might need to go on my watch list now because he's saying free David. This is insane. Let my brother / cousin Tufstino tell y'all.
Your man Munchie B is tweaking. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this whole video because I believe he's talking about the Whack 100 shit, which no, he's responding to the Flacco shit, right? But it's here where Flacco talks about the Celeste shit, right? And how hold on, I think it's back here. Nope, it's further, champ. Flacco calls Munchie.
We're getting to it.
For his take on the Celeste and David situation. Now, to remind you guys, Munchie B said free David. He said Celeste was lying about her age and was saying that she was going to USC. So that means that David is not in the wrong. Free David, right? This is what Munchie B was saying. I believe Showface did a video violating him for that too as well. But now we're here, right? And what he does is he doubles down.
Oh, no. You know.
He doubles down, champ,
no,
on his feelings towards the situation. And what he does is he brings receipts.
Even after he got charged, even after they found, materials on his phone. Free David, even if he didn't do what he's accused of with Celeste, Should we figure out what's going on? Does Munchie B's hard drives need searched? He thinks people that has that on their phone ought to be just walking free? I'm going to need him to come out and correct the record, unless he really means that. My cousin/brother, Tufstino, is saying Munchie B doubled down.
The receipts. Wait till cousin BJ see this. I ain't gonna lie. Wait until cousin BJ see this one. How much of a buffoon niggas is, Chip. Let's go.
But to keep quiet about him and Celeste. So every fact there's.
She already said she went to USC.
Who is Munchie B? Okay, Munchie B is allegedly, apparently, a very high-level gang member. That don't mean nothing to me because I'm not in no gang. You know what gang I'm in? The Lord's gang. Okay, the one true God, that's the one gang I'm in. Okay, so I don't go out of my way to talk about these people, and I definitely don't go out of my way to talk about their gang relations. Okay, whatever y'all are doing in your gang, keep it off the internet. How about when you take your high-level gang opinion and you put it on the internet for all to see, and it's about a huge case, I'm going to have something to say about it, and no one is going to stop me. No one has the ability to stop me. Not one single living, breathing human on this earth, nor a dead human, has ability to stop me. I don't care what gang you in and ain't in. How about? I'm in the Lord's army. Yes, sir.
Or
Yeah,
two,
but we're gonna play the whole shit, man.
Informed. And it's going on with David. But these people show up time after time after time, immensely uninformed. And it's not poetic Flacco fault. Trust me. It's not my fault, all right, that the blind dweeb didn't know that David knew Celeste was 13.
It is so bad. It is so crazy. Munchie B's take on this and his opinion is so bad. They got me out here agreeing with poetic Lil Debbie Cake Crumbs in the beard Flacco. Frederick Jalla is my real name. They have me out here agreeing with this clown. Girl, is got serious.
Time after time, immensely uninformed. And it's not poetic Flacco fault. Trust me. It's not my fault, all right, that the blind dweeb didn't know that David knew Celeste was 13 years old when he was messing with her. It's not my fault. This blind dweeb showed up, spread myth.
He knew she was 12. He knew she was 12.
So according to the indictment, excuse me, according to the complaint and to the charging documents and to the actual website on the court, they start charging David with a crime on Celeste's 13th birthday. So officially, as far as the authorities are concerned, what they're putting on the record is David started the illegal relation with Celeste the day she turned 13. Now, maybe David knew she was 12. Maybe they met when she was 12. Maybe they met when she was 10. But they're not charging for any of that. What they're charging for begins on her 13th birthday, just for clarity, because Munchie's going to say one thing, Stino says another thing, Flacco, I think, says a whole nother thing. But as far as the actual documents are concerned, and this doesn't mean it's the truth, it doesn't mean it's the reality. I'm only comfortable saying for sure what those documents say, and the documents start in the illegal relationship starting on Celeste's 13th birthday. Is Point and Shoot in here? Oh my God, what a treat that would be. Shout out to Point and Shoot. Okay.
For an hour or two, and then went home and still got paid.
She lied about her age and stuff. Look, a lot of this is fluff. The corpse shit go get through out, and the little thing with the kid go get through out because
Fluff? A lot of this is fluff?
Hold on. I got to get my church fan. Where is it? I need my church fan. Girl, they're going to give me a heart attack. They are going to give me a heart attack. The corpse shit gonna get through out, Munchie B said. Cause it's fluff. Munchie. Sweetie. Buddy. pal. A 14-year-old little girl was chopped up into about 7 pieces. If you count the fingers, 11. Approximately. Okay. She was then stuffed into bags, separate bags, limbs in one bag, head and torso in another. 14. 2 years younger than Nova. And she was left to cook and rot in the trunk of a car. If that's Fluff, and here's the thing. I told y'all yesterday, I used to not even believe in the death penalty. I don't really like life prison sentences. I don't like to be out here saying people need to be locked up, especially, in times like these, especially. I understand there's all kind of racial implications of a white lady living in the suburbs in Princeton saying that a black man needs to be locked up. All right. I'm very aware of the implications. But if you are of the mindset, I'm saying it. If you don't like it, take it up with the Lord, because that's the only one I work for. But if you are of the mindset that the gruesome and horrible treatment of human remains that I just described is fluff that needs to get threw out, you might need to be in jail. We might need to lock these people back up. Because if you can't appreciate human life, you have no business in society with the rest of us. It's got me overheated, okay? These degenerated buffoons. My brother knows me. I'll tell you that. He said, wait till BJ gets a hold of this. And it's like, come on, Munchie. What are you freaking talking about? What are you doing? And then he has the nerve to sit there and say he has daughters. Well, if I'm the mom, I'm filing full custody. If the mom wants me to review some stuff, I can't practice law, but I might make a video, because I don't know if little girls needs to be around him. He thinks what happened to Celeste was fluff, her body, even if David did not unalive her. What about the child you know what? On his phone. Come on. Come on. And he's not the only one. There's an even clownier clown that comes out. This isn't the first thing Munchie B has said about this. He's apparently been saying free David. The only possible explanations for this, it's 2 of them, 3. Number 1, and it would be the worst, is if Munchie B really thinks the shit he's saying is true, that this is fluff, that would be the worst. Okay, so that's a possibility. Another possibility is he knows that he's, he just wants to go viral. He just wants clicks, rage bait, as they call it, which again, if somebody wants to troll and get the benefits of trolling, they're going to also get the consequences of trolling, which is me making a little video. Okay. But then there's also the possibility that Munchie B is just desperate for my attention. Is it that I haven't graced the no jumper degenerate universe in long enough time that they're all just desperate for me to pay attention to them? Is he just desperate for my attention? Are these people just desperate for me to come and grace the podcast? Do I need to do another set review? Do I need to do an outfit of Fashion Police? Again, is it they just miss me? Y'all can send me a DM without making these outrageous and treacherous claims. Please. My God.
Information for an hour or 2 and then went home and still got paid.
She lied about her age and stuff. Look, a lot of this is fluff. The corpse shit go get through out, and the little thing with the kid go get through out because
Fluff? A lot of this is fluff? So the body in the trunk is fluff, and the fact that she was underage is fluff, right? I'm telling you, nigga, you're bugging.
They found fake IDs of her, and people that was around David, they all said damn, we thought she lied and said she went to USC.
No, but public perception is not going to be that way, because if you're in an intimate relationship with someone after a while, you probably
okay. I figured I would stop and just take Munchie B's points turn by turn. Do y'all have anywhere else to be today? This is what I have to do today. This is what's on my docket. First of all, he says, as one reason for why David is David might be being wrongfully convicted. He might be. I always want to keep that open as a possibility because I don't know. But the same way I don't know, Munchie B don't freaking know. And we have prosecutors saying that there was a substantial amount of cheese pizza found on David's phone. So they didn't say it was of Celeste or who it was of. So maybe it's all of Celeste. But he's saying Celeste lied about her age. And all the friends around thought that she went to USC because she had a USC ID. Okay. What about that email in 2024, a whole year before Celeste passed away? A year before she died. What about the email that a family friend or a family member sent to David's managers and said, hey, the missing 14-year-old, at the time would have been 13-year-old? Can you bring her back to her mama's house? Her family's worried about her. Munchie, hey, talking to you. Hey, Munchie, talking to you. What about the email a year before Celeste died? Y'all are desperate for my attention, so here you go. Here it is. What about the email a year before Celeste died that made David's management aware that not only was this a child, a little girl, she was reported missing with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's all fluff. He knew for at least a year. Not only that, the police came and picked her up from his house. Then he harbored that minor and did God knows what unspeakable with her for the next year. You ain't worried about that? What part about that is fluff? Buddy? What part about that is the fluff? I'm waiting. It's aggravating. It's aggravating. You got daughters. Please.
Internet where she was like cursing out her neighbors and shit. She carried herself older.
Things like that is inexcusable. It's not
She carried herself older. This
poetic
is crazy,
fault
bro.
that these dudes are uninformed and doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay, I didn't do the topics for that news, so what's the excuse now? David and Celeste has been in the news headline for about 6 months.
7 or 8.
There's been Discord messages that have leaked. There's messages of Celeste's brother, right? There's David going around paying people to keep quiet about him and Celeste. So every fact of this case is pointed towards David knew Celeste's age. Nobody has came out and says that David had no idea how old Celeste was, but your employee.
Okay, listen. Okay.
And when I was watching this,
This is so meta. It's like Poetic Flacco made a video reacting to Munchie B. Then Tufstino made a video reacting to Poetic Flacco and Munchie B. And now I'm reacting to all of it. But I like it because Poetic Flacco, I mean, look, this is proof. I don't just pick on people. I don't just pick somebody and say, oh, I don't like them and I'm picking on them. I unfortunately have to agree with Poetic. Frederick Jalla is my real name, Prescription Pants Flacco. You need a prescription to get pants like that. That's what my cousin over there at Point Shoes had said. I don't just pick on people. I don't just pick a person and say, oh, I'm going to pick on them. No. I got to side with what's right and what I believe is right. At the end of this whole thing, I might be standing before the good Lord and he say, bitch, you got it wrong. I wanted little girls to get a, you know what. But until or unless that happens, I don't think it's right. And I don't like this rushing out to defend it. And now Munchie B, like my brother Tufstino said, he's doubling down. This is not the only time he said it. So he did it on the No Jumper set. This is his set. He's talking about it there too. Let me go back 10 seconds.
That David had no idea how old Celeste was, but your employee.
Okay, listen. Okay.
And when I was watching this, because I watched a little bit of this earlier, I didn't watch the whole thing, right? Because I wanted to see if this was worth talking about. And then I got to this part, and I said, yo, I hope you don't try to defend it any further.
Right.
I hope you don't try to defend.
He wanna
what
die
you
on this
said
hill.
any further.
My God.
He really mad at Adam, okay? And that's where your energy is really directed towards. Because you think he's supposed to, since you put out this little BS content, he's supposed to agree with that, right? Okay.
I don't know the
You
context
said,
for this
came on
part. I'm
November
just skipping
giving
this
out
part.
misinformation. Okay.
Yes, you did.
Now keep in mind,
Okay. Spit it out.
I'm on Morals Over Money TV, bro. I do reactions and interviews right here.
Morals over money TV, the nerve. Maybe morals over money, but certainly money over truth, because this dude don't even have any idea what the hell he's talking about. He got the facts all wrong. He clearly hasn't followed the case. He just wants to come out and make a comment on it. It's just fluff. My God. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like.
Back off Richard Hart. I took a break from Richard Hart, but I do straight politicking. A show with Alex Alonso. We cover current events and cases like the David case.
Then you should research
and
them.
many others, right? So, okay. I believe we was the first to get on this David case.
No, definitely were not before
We know the
me.
ins and outs of this case a long time ago because we've been covering it. Now, since he went to jail, I haven't even paid attention to it.
That's clear.
Everything you talking about is new. The grand jury was not made public like Nipsey Hussle grand jury when Cowboy first
False.
got on the stand.
Here's another false. I gotta stop every time he says something wrong, because I know he's gonna watch this video and I know his feelings are gonna be hurt. Munchie B just wants my attention. He just wants me to love him. He just wants me to pay attention to him. And I would love to do that if he was saying the right things, but he's saying the wrong things. And so the grand jury was absolutely made public. It was made public. And actually, they're not ever supposed to be public. It's a secret. They're supposed to be secret. Moral over monies is a straight lie, somebody said. It's supposed to be a secret. Now, it still, despite the fact that it was supposed to be a secret, it was made public. It was made public all the way back in like November. It was made public again, confirmed for sure in February. We've been knowing for months. There was a grand jury. Neo got arrested. This was back in January, and then he got extradited from Montana. Did you know that? Did you bother learning that little detail of the case? Because it was all over the place. You just wait until they plop it right in front of you and ask you your uninformed opinion? This is serious. Someone's dead. Someone's daughter's dead. A little girl is not going to grow up to be whatever she wanted to be. This is serious. And yet Munchie be out here saying it's fluff. The grand jury transcripts are not available. Now, they are talking about maybe making them. I don't know who's saying a racial slur. If anyone's saying a racial slur, that's not allowed here, and you will instantly be hidden from this channel. So yes, you can call out people's BS. I didn't see that. I just saw this comment pass by. We don't do that over here. That right there is not something y'all can do. Okay. So if somebody is making a racial slur, that cut it out. And that goes for any and all races. Cut it out. He said ninja. No, well, okay. It's Tough Stino. That's Tough Stino's vocabulary. He says, words I don't say. And, if y'all don't like to hear it from him either, that's fine. You can click out because that's his word. He says that and he's allowed to say it if he wants to. In my opinion, the way he uses it is not a racial slur because he says it toward people he likes and is friends with as well. I'm certainly not about to get into being the police and the decider on what's a racial slur or not, especially when it's toward a race I'm not a member of. So that, y'all can go argue about that on somebody else's website, not my comments. But anybody in this chat better not be saying no kind of slur. Exactly. Block instantly. Again, I know a lot of people, they don't even like to hear that word at all. That's my cousin. He can say what he wants. That's how he talks. That's his channel. We're reacting to his channel. So he'll probably say it a few more times just so y'all know.
Grand jury, you said it was going to get thrown out. First of all, you said free David. Right? Second of all, you said it was going to get thrown out because the body in the trunk and Shorty was saying that she was older than what she was, which means that he would be under the impression that she was older than what she was, but you're about to prove to us with your receipts that he knew she was 12 and 13 when he first met her.
Oh, no.
So in the later stages of their relationship, he was going around trying to hide her age from everybody else. He was helping her hide her age from everybody else that he knew.
Don't play with my brother. Do not play with
Like,
him.
what is this nigga talking about, bro?
Nonsense.
Everybody knew what was going on every step of the way. At some point, they made this investigation private because people...
That I agree with.
So they didn't let out no...
That part that everybody knew what was going on every step of the way, I do think that is true. I think a lot of adults knew. I think a lot of the friends knew. Now, he said the investigation was made private because people were putting out fake news. That's not true. The investigation was made private, and then as a result of that, everybody had to start speculating, and we didn't know what was going on for sure. And then more fake news started to come out. So he has it backwards. Poor thing, bless his heart. Poor thing, bless his heart, he has it backwards. He said they made the investigation private because people were putting out fake news. False. The fake news really cranked up when the investigation went private. Now, if you're talking about a grand jury, also still false because those are always secret. Those are never public. TMZ got a hold of the information that it was going on and they kind of leaked it. But this was not a function of it being a public record at the time. It became a public record because a tabloid got a hold of it. And in fact, and indeed, on that one item, TMZ was right. They were not putting out fake news. There was, in fact, and indeed, a grand jury. So just wrong across the board on that one. Other than whatever he had said immediately before this, which was... everybody knew it was going on every step. Everybody knew what was going on every step of the way. I do. I think the managers knew. I think the friends knew. I think they all eventually knew. Maybe not every step, but I think at all the important steps, they knew.
Autopsy information or anything.
Autopsy? Bro, I'm not about to listen to nobody that say autopsy, bro.
He did say autopsy.
As a matter of fact,
listen how he said it. Oh my God.
So they didn't let out no autopsy information or anything.
Autopsy? Bro, I'm not about to listen to nobody that say autopsy, bro. As a matter of fact, you got an autopsy, sir.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
You got an autopsy, sir. That's how you got into your predicament that you're in. Your autopsy, champ. Oh my, so I'm not about to listen to nobody that pronounced that way.
That was I'm not about to listen to nobody that pronounced that way. Speaking of autopsies, Celeste was missing her left eye. No eyeball in the left eye socket. Okay, just, I want to remind, that was just fluff too, I guess.
Informed.
Y'all are mean.
Now, what I said about the little girl lying about her age, it's not a lie. And as my subscribers know, when I come with receipts. I got a receipt book, right?
Bro, she didn't lie to him about her age, bro. And what the hell does that... Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, idiot? Yo, listen, this is what happens when we give people that didn't graduate any type of schooling. We give them platforms and people listen to them and believe what they're saying because they've shot people in real life and all that.
Y'all are mean.
We used to beat people up and shit. Like, now we listening to what this nigga got to say about real life situations. Come on, champ.
Come on.
Stuttering Stanley is wrong, bro. I didn't make that up. I got 2 daughters. I'm morally intact when it comes to women.
He said, I am morally... He said, I am morally intact when it comes to women. Because why? Because he has 2 daughters. When he said I have 2 daughters, my stomach dropped down. Or my heart dropped in my stomach. Something happened. I felt a little bit woozy, like when you go over a real big speed bump on the back of the bus. I felt an ominous, sinister feeling because before he even allowed it to escape to escape past his lips that he was morally intact. When it came to anything, much less women, he had said he had 2 daughters, and that scares me. Y'all know I love my dad so much. He's dead. You know, he had some problems. He had some really serious issues. Okay. But one of the things that I appreciate, and that's why, you know, I talk about him so much in a positive way. Like, I have stories about my dad that he got on my nerves. We got into fights. The very year he died, I went 5-6 months without even speaking to him because we had gotten in a huge disagreement. I mean, I learned a lot of how to be how I am from him. And I was like a carbon copy of him in a lot of ways. We butt heads. We had our issues, and he definitely had his problems. But one thing that he definitely was morally intact when it came to certainly how to be a dad. Now, he might have been, you know, doing what when he wasn't around us, he was doing whatever. Maybe he wasn't all fully morally intact. But when I hear people say I got multiple daughters and I'm morally intact, and it's the same people that are saying a little girl, basically what I'm hearing Munchie B say is a little girl deserved to be sexually abused, killed, chopped up, and left to rot in a trunk, all because she maybe lied about how old she was. That is not being morally intact. I rebuke and I put dishonor on you and your family until further notice. Maybe an apology, maybe a clarification to the public.
Attacked are you? How old was your daughter when
Stuttering Stanley is wrong, bro. I didn't make that up. I got 2 daughters. I'm morally intact when it comes to women.
Well, you're also a grandfather, so how morally intact are you? How old was your daughter when she gave birth?
Oh, shit.
Does everybody still live with you, with your mother?
Oh, they don't even live with
How
him.
morally intact are you with manhood?
You not protecting your kids from getting pregnant at teen age?
Huh?
Okay, got it. Morally intact, got it.
Why are you a grandfather at 34, 33 years old? What values did you teach your children?
Or protection. I mean, I don't know if that could have been non-consensual. Seems like it had
Come
to
on,
have
bro.
been
You ain't
legally.
talking crazy, bro. Nigga, you ain't nobody, bro. I'm not gonna lie
It's
to you,
morally
nigga.
intact.
You ain't nobody,
I don't
bro.
know. He said it. He started it.
You don't have any kids. You come from a third world place, and you have no respect to the opposite gender because you said you give them $150, some Popeyes, and have sex, and you think that's cool. But I'm about to run.
Bro, you just pulled your pants down in front of shorties you didn't know and jiggled your goddamn soubrette and was grabbing your soubrette while your pants was down in front of shorties, bro.
I don't know about that.
Live on
lore.
podcast.
I don't know about that lore.
What are you talking about? You stood up and asked them if they wanted to see Gerb, and then you halfway pulled Gerb out. On live podcast, you can't see, so you don't really know how the room is looking at you. You don't care.
Oh, he's
You
going
just didn't
in.
care, bro. You forced Shorty to see your Gerb.
Oh,
champ.
that's assault, I think.
But you got more respect than Flacco does?
I can't believe I'm siding with poetic Flacco
That don't sound pretty right, champ.
on an issue.
You just harass said females.
I don't want to see none of that. I don't want to see a gummy worm. I'll tell you that.
On my soul.
And this, I'm gonna stop one time, because
You need to stop
I came up to
final
Jumper,
time.
and I gave out some misinformation.
Yes, you did.
You did. You said it was going to be, and this is why you should never make definite arguments like that. Like things are going to get thrown out and certain things are not going to stick.
You don't even know what happened, much less what's going to happen.
On my soul.
Mm-hmm.
You gave out wrong information. You making it seem like the case is not what it is, and it is. But go ahead, champ.
And they say gangbangers are dumb. Man.
You are very
Some
dumb,
of y'all are
bro.
dumb.
Yo, these niggas
It's
are very
true.
dumb. Oh my, like, yo, bro, like, come on, champ. Like, bro, listen, you not smarter than somebody who done went to school and all that. You not smarter than somebody who chose not to gangbang for the majority of their life. You're not smarter than that person. You may be more street smart in certain ways.
That is another thing too, and I will say it because, y'all know, I grew up on the bayou. I grew up in a trailer. I often say trailer park, but just to be very clear, it was not a trailer park. It was a bunch of trailers lined up, and each of us had our own little yards and stuff. But I grew up on a bayou in a trailer. My dad did not finish the 9th grade. He did 2 weeks in ninth grade, 3 weeks in ninth grade. That's the lore. And, you know, my mom did finish high school. They didn't go to college. I'm from a very normal, working class, blue collar, country, humble people background. And then I ended up going to LSU, go Tigers, which is a public school. And then I ended up going to an Ivy League law school. So I feel like I've seen the spectrum of human intelligence. And some of the smartest people I ever met in my life are not educated in a traditional sense, like my dad. He was truly, genuinely one of the smartest people I ever met. He could do math without doing any work on paper. He just knew. Like it was almost like he was a math psychic. And God gave him all those genes and me none of them, because I could not calculate my way out of a paper bag. But I'm not of the opinion that people that went to school are smarter. But I think a lot of people that didn't go to all these high levels of education. I mean, I was in school for like 27 years. I think we've gone so far, we've kicked so hard in the direction of like, oh, you don't have to, not everybody that goes to school is smart, and you don't have to go to school to be intelligent. I think we've kicked so hard in that direction that people have started to like not really appreciate what it takes to get a school education. Like, it's not everybody that's got a PhD is some kind of bumbling buffoon idiot either. And I think people that never went to college and stuff, and certainly not everybody, but like, you know, the Munchie Bees of the world, they have like maybe a chip on their shoulder, and they're like, well, I'm smarter than any college graduate. And it's like, no, you are actually stupid. You are stupid if you think a little girl getting cut up, chopped up after she'd been sexually abused and groomed for years by a grown man above the age of consent is fluff that deserves to get threw out. You are throwed off. You, the stupid one, out here calling other people stupid, and y'all thought gangbangers was stupid. I have no particular opinion about gangbangers as a whole, because it seems like some of y'all know how the hell to act, and you have some morals and some sense, and some of y'all do not. So I actually think some of y'all are stupid. Now, maybe Munchie B's just super confused. Maybe nobody read him all the paperwork. Maybe he needs to be in these lives, listening and learning and taking some notes. But, and again, it would not be my place in any way, shape, or form to speak about the street code. Okay, it would not be my place, and in particular in LA, a place that I think is demonic and never want to go. But somebody with more information than me, just let me know. Isn't it like also like street code to like not unnecessarily just be talking about being a gangbanger on the national news and on the national internet? Isn't it also code to like what happens in the house stays in the house? Don't be bringing those squares into our business. And it would be stupid to do so and violate street codes to do so. But y'all have made entire online social media literal careers paying your bills off of doing just that. I don't know. Somebody with more sense than me, more education than me in that arena, let me know.
With certain individuals, but even that may not be all the way true. Because if so, you wouldn't have been locked up all these times, right? You're just not smart, bro. Oh my soul.
Hasn't he been arrested for statutory rape?
Yeah, because I don't know how valid this is, but they say
he wasn't arrested for statutory. Okay, first of all, look, they can't get one sentence out without me having to stop and correct them because they're wrong. Okay, he was not arrested for statutory R. No, he was not. Let me bring up the paper. Let me just bring up the papers and show you what he was arrested for, so the fake news and the bumbling buffoons can stop. Bumbling. And they said rednecks was stupid. I'll hit them with that. Hold on. Let me pull up the David case number. Y'all got anywhere to be? I don't got nowhere to be. This is what I got on my docket for today. So get your snacks. This is what we doing today. Okay. Let's search for the case here. I'm going to show y'all exactly what he was arrested for. Okay, this website don't work. Let me go to the other one. Shake said, Munchie and them really have no business talking about the case. They really just need to stick to arguing about who's allowed to snitch and not snitch and street politics. I mean, they need to learn the rules of street politics first. Isn't the rules of street politics you leave children alone too? Somebody said that. How many cookies is too many cookies for one day? Unlimited. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Okay. Look, Munchie B, I'm about to read you the charges because I know you're about to watch this video. I'm reading you the charges of what he was charged with, okay? Nowhere does it say statutory anything, okay? What it says is continuous S abuse of a child. And in particular, it was under the age of 13. Under the age of 14 in particular. Murder, that's another charge, by the way. They didn't just arrest him for statutory. They didn't arrest him for statutory anything. What it says is Penal Code 288.5A-F, continuous beep abuse of a child. And the beep starts with an S and ends with an UL. Okay? This started on September 7th, 2023. The day after she turned 13, she was 12. The day before this contact, according to prosecutors, started, she was 12 years old. Oh, they got him for statutory. Oh, no, they didn't. This page don't say nothing about statutory. It says continuous S abuse of a child, also Penal Code 187AF murder. And then there's a bunch of special allegations now. They're allegations. What I will agree with Munchie B on, if he is trying to make this argument, is we shouldn't give David the death penalty without figuring out what the evidence is, what maybe David thought, what was his state of mind. These are parts of a fair trial. I agree David deserves those. He has a right to those. There's special allegations, though, that he did it for financial gain. Penal Code 190.2A1. Special allegation that he did it to prevent Celeste from testifying against him. Penal Code 190.2A10. Another 2 special allegations. Penal Code 190.2A15, murder by lying in wait, like a predator. Again, allegations. I'm not saying David did it, but we can't be going out on the internet for the third time at least, that you're going to address the story and still you haven't bothered to actually even learn what he got charged with. What are you doing? What are you doing? You got daughters? Then you should probably know what the penal codes are in your state and what they say, especially before talking to thousands of people about them. There's another special allegation that he used a deadly weapon. And then there was the mutilation of remains. There's nothing here about statutory. There's nothing here about R word. It doesn't say that. It says sexual abuse of a child. Just so we all have the facts straight. There's a lot of false, wrong information floating around out there. And before Munchie B sits his ass on his leather chair again to talk about it, it might behoove him to learn what the actual flying fuck is going on in this case, excuse my language.
You're just not smart, bro. Oh my soul.
Hasn't he been arrested for
Statutory.
statutory rape?
Yeah, because I don't know how valid this is, but they said he was dealing with her and intercourse with her since she was 11.
Again, wrong. That's not what they say. Let's look at the actual chart. This is lacourt.ca.gov. What date did the offense begin? Continuous sexual abuse of a child. It began September 7th, 2023. It's common knowledge and it's a public record that Celeste turned 13 years old that day. So from the day she turned 13 to the day she turned 14 is the charged period. So I don't know who the they is, but the they, if the they is the prosecutors, what they said is it started when she was 13. Now, yes, of course, there is some proof and some evidence being provided around Reddit and other things that maybe David did meet Celeste at a much earlier age than 13, maybe even as early as 10, maybe as early as 11. But again, Munchie B is just throwing words out of his mouth. They, as you can see right here, start the charge date. They said it started the day she turned 13. Okay, not 11. So let's just get it right. Please, it's very easy to get right. It's very easy. It's not hard. It don't even take a whole bunch of frontal lobe activity. You just go to the public record and read it. or have somebody read it out loud to you, or watch a freaking YouTube video or two, or listen to one.
Hasn't he been arrested for
Statutory
rape?
Yeah, because I don't know how valid this is, but they said he was dealing with her, having intercourse with her since she was 11.
I heard.
Now, you hear what he said. David has been having course with Shorty since she was East 11. He's admitting to knowing this. So how did she lie about her age? By the time she was with him and around people saying she was going to USC, he had already did whatever he was doing and was helping her lie to everybody else to keep himself safe. You goddamn buffoon. Listen, man, when people do this, and they want to die on these nasty hills, bro, it gets me mad, bro.
Me too.
You didn't even have to talk about this.
That's how you know that's my brother.
You didn't even have to talk about this, bro.
You could have sat there and ate your food.
You could have talked about something else, bro. But you decided to bring your non-intelligence here.
Valid this is, but they said he was dealing with her, having intercourse with her since she was 11.
I heard 12. So let's say it's 12.
Neither one of them's right. It's 13.
She turned 50. She just turned 15. So in 2023, she would have been 12, and he would have been 18, going on 19. I think an 18-year-old with a 12-year-old. Well, he's 5 years older. So he would have been 17.
So this guy, I don't know who this is. This guy that's interviewing Munchie B, or that's talking to Munchie B, but he is correct. He ends up doing the right math. David was 18 and 5 months when Celeste turned 13. So he's 5.5 years older than her. He was 18 years old. She was 12 years old for a time, for 5 months. Now, when did they meet? I don't know. But the prosecutors allege that the relationship, the illegal aspect of it, began on her 13th birthday. He would have been about 18 and a half at that point, 18 and 5 months or so. So before that, even one day before that, she was 12 and he was 18. Like, think about that. 18 years old I was a junior in college. I turned 18 when I was a freshman in college. And then a 12-year-old is in middle school. Okay, that is disgusting. And illegal.
18 before she turned 13. He's 5 years, a little more than 5 years older than her.
5 and some change.
Yeah, 5 and some change. So what do you think about a 18-year-old with a 13-year-old?
That's horrible.
Okay.
This 13-year-old is in the 8th or 9th grade and you're getting ready for college.
Okay, a 17-year-old with a 12-year-old, because that could have possibly happened here.
Man, look, bro, that's horrible. The 17-year-old with 12-year-old.
That didn't happen.
12-year-old
He turned 18 when she was 12. So a 17-year-old and a 12-year-old, maybe, but it was, the charged conduct begins when she's 13 and he's 18 and a half.
Ready for college.
Yeah, but
y'all maturity level ain't even nowhere, like, know what I'm saying?
Our Paul.
So at what point was she lying to him about her age? At what point can somebody in 7th grade, 8th grade, junior high school lie to you about going to college? She never lied to him about her age, bro. Never. Not once.
There's one thing that everybody is saying, though. This girl did not...
Now, I let it be known, I'm not cool with that age gap. You can't act like I'm coming like that. I said I wasn't cool with that age
No,
gap.
no,
17, getting ready for college. If she 12.
You said she lied about her age and it's all fluff. You assumed the little girl was the liar. You assumed the little girl was the liar, and you said it was all fluff. Got it. So let's not rewrite history. Let's just say, oops, I got it wrong. Oops, my bad. Didn't realize.
Y'all maturity level is nowhere each other. Nowhere. You don't need to be dealing with that. Right? Now, I'm about to run. The next part is going to be the receipt for this idiot.
Let me see it.
That's D pulling Adam. Oh, you're your employee. Shut up, bitch. But, all right, keep going.
Look 12. She did not look 13. And when she was on her Discord, she put she was 18 or 19 in her.
But, all right, keep going.
Look 12. She did not look 13.
What are you talking about, bro? Bro, I'm telling y'all, bro, don't play with nobody with y'all kids, bro.
Seriously.
Slim. There was
Seriously.
a lot of shit that was happening, and I ain't want to talk about it because, you know, I ain't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all fuck with this nigga, bro. Like, yeah, man, these niggas going at this nigga right now, saying all types of shit. That's why I like the way it is now, bro. Straight up. I don't got to hold no punches or none of that. Dead ass. Y'all niggas be deserving it, bro. We had to stop right there, and we couldn't even go further after that one, champ. Hold on, champ. Damn. It's wildin', bro.
They'll say anything on this internet out here today.
She look older than that, so that's what y'all gonna run with that narrative, bro? Come on, man. A grown-ass man, bro. That little nigga was 14 years old, nigga.
Right. Okay. So what Stino is saying here,
classify us as grown when they...
He's saying, look, Munchie B, what are you doing? Don't you remember Emmett Till? The 14-year-old that the cops said was so dangerous they killed him viciously. 14-year-old little boy, little child. Can't even properly call him a young man yet. And a big thing about that was people excusing it because he was scary. He scared the cop. He I don't even remember the exact traumatic details of the story. It's a big story. Okay. This happened years and years and years and years and years ago. And a big problem with, you know, societies that have like a lot of mixed races commingling is a lot of time people of color, especially Black people, get profiled as like more responsible for their crimes or for their actions as children than white people. Okay. This is something that has been observed. It's not 100%, doesn't happen every time. But essentially, the same thing young Aunt Heffy said about Nova. Some little girls be fast and grown and thrust theyself into the lifestyle, combined with y'all just don't understand the culture, is Aunt Heffy saying, when it's a little girl but she's Black or Latina, you white people just don't get it. They're fast and grown, these little girls out here. Well, I am going to call foul on that. Foul in more than one way. Foul and vile. Because I come from the school of thought that everybody, no matter how much melanin pigment they happen to have, ought to be entitled to a childhood. Free from being counted as an adult. Free from being held the same level of responsible as an adult, free from being assumed to be able to consent to these depraved and criminal acts, if they did happen. That's what I think. And we live in such a perverse, upside-down clown world that you'll have people out here calling me racist for saying that. Don't worry, I'm not going to stop saying it. I think if a little white child gets to have a childhood, so should a little Black child. So should a little Latino child. So should an Asian child, an Indian child. Every child, in particular, especially in the United States of America, should be allowed a childhood. Regardless of their race. I have a dream. I have a dream that one day, Black children, brown children, will get to have a freaking childhood. Without the Munchie Bees and the Aunt Heffys of the world saying they were acting fast and grown. Okay?
Look at what they did to Emmett Till, bro.
Right.
They was calling Emmett Till a grown-ass man, bro. That little nigga was 14 years old, nigga. They always classify us as grown when they trying to pull something over on us, champ. That little girl wasn't grown. She ain't look grown. She ain't appear as grown. And as far as I'm concerned, son made her lie about her age to protect himself. She wasn't going to get in trouble. She wasn't going to lose millions and millions of goddamn dollars and sponsorships and ads. He was. He was. These niggas right here is crazy work, man.
It's bad.
On my soul, bro. These niggas is crazy work, man.
You don't need to be dealing with that, right? Now, I'm about to run. The next part is gonna be the receipt for this idiot. That's D pulling out of.
I can't wait to see the receipt. I am on the edge of my
Look
seat.
12. She did not look 13. And when she was on her Discord, she put she was 18 or 19 in her bio.
She might
So
have.
she was lying about her age.
Somebody
She lied
said
about 4 or 5 years to her age.
somebody said she might have lied about her age. Anybody can lie about their age online, but what happens when the person then sees? When the person then sees the obvious 13-year-old in front of them, then what? You could lie on Discord, but what about the years that he philandered with her?
Yo, right? So, y'all know I watch Chris Hansen, bro. Yo, bro, I promise you, everything I say here is facts. Everything I say here, it either happened or it's going to happen. Anybody that uses she put 18 or 19 on her profile, anybody that used that,
They need to be on a
Hansen is coming
list.
for you. I just want to let y'all know that.
Chris Hansen coming or Gideon.
I just want to let y'all know that, bro. Chris Hansen is going to pop out, bro, on you, bro. This is just facts. Every episode, niggas say the same thing, bro. Listen, it's a language that they have. Y'all got to know about it. It's a language. She looked older than what she was. She lied about her age. She put 19 on her profile, 18 on her profile. This is all the language of the Chesters, champ. We'll just call them the Chesters from now on, champ. Oh, my son. Telling y'all, yo, bro, the illest thing my pops ever taught me was if you seen it once, you seen it twice. Nigga, period. You don't have to ask me.
I want to see his receipts.
You don't have to ask me.
They did not say anything about PDA, said that David was a very shy, quiet person, and Celeste seemed to mirror that as well. So they weren't out there making out at parties and things like that, but they did believe because they would see them together so frequently that these two were in a relationship.
And those was his friends. Those was his friends. Those was people he knew from his circle, from people he put her around. All her friends knew what was going on, bro. So when he got with her, he knew what was going on. Oh, well, here's her ID. How do all of y'all know she got a college? Maybe.
The idea
about his friends and the people. How come nobody told? How come 19 didn't? No. Yeah, but he knew that. Nigga, stop playing with me, bro.
What they believed. And also she was seen at events where there's age restrictions, clubs and parties and stuff like this, where she had to be at least of 18 years old to get in. And we do know from law enforcement sources that she did have several fake IDs as well. So she was able to get into places where there was age restrictions.
But they say that
Bro, right there.
Right there what? Right there what? Right there what?
Right.
Right there what? If she did have fake IDs, he got it for her.
Right.
What? Like he's oblivious to what was going on. And even if he was oblivious, it still don't negate him from prosecution. It don't negate him from being in trouble. Plus, how come you not saying nothing about all the CP that was found on his phone? Why are you still defending this shit? Because you don't want to be seen as you was wrong, but you was
Right.
wrong.
Just say you didn't know everything.
You was totally wrong, bro.
Just say that.
Facts. How come you not saying nothing about the nasty man things on his phone, bro? You still trying to defend, bro. Yo, see, bro, this is why, bro, you can't champion nobody. You can't champion nobody. You can't be a fan of a lot of people, bro, because it'll go for a year or so or whatever, and then niggas will show their true colors, bro. This is why I don't be a fan of nobody. Niggas be thinking I be hating on everybody. Nah, I don't hate on nobody. I just see shit for what it really is, bro. That's all that is. I see it for what it really is, bro. Niggas don't be as ill. Nigga, listen, I put a lot of time in these streets, bro. I'm nothing like y'all, bro. If I had the bread y'all had, nigga, I probably look like some other crazy shit, bro. Like, bro, I'm not y'all niggas, bro. Straight up. I'm not.
That's
I be on a
clear.
different type time, bro. Y'all niggas is weird, bro. Y'all niggas is weird, bro. Like this whole thing that you got going on is weird. That shirt you got going on with the rhinestones is weird.
Not
Weird,
the
bro. I'm not just
rhinestone.
going to no store and buying. Nigga, I ain't buying nothing in a minute. I just started buying shit again, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I could tell.
Nigga, I'm not, just because the style is rhinestones and goddamn halter top shirts with the flare leg pants with everything, that don't mean I'm about to wear that, nigga. I'm a real G. I'm gonna wear what I grew up being fly in, nigga. This how I can tell y'all niggas don't got it all there, bro.
Mm.
Y'all go with whatever the swag is. Nigga, you a cornball. Straight up.
I
Straight
love
up cornball.
I love
How's that
Tufstina.
misinformation? Wouldn't you think a reliable news source is more reliable than Poetic Federal? Come on, bro. Stop it, bro.
What
Stop
does
it,
that
bro.
mean, bro?
Hey, you can't ever corner me in, bro. Ever.
Bro, she lied to his friends. He made her lie to his friends. So you didn't see the clip when Celeste and David, you ain't see that? Yo, man, come on.
Knowledgeable about
You not knowledgeable, bro.
subject
You
at
not
hand.
knowledgeable.
I'm gonna kick back and listen.
You need to.
That's what I'm gonna do.
You need to.
Unless we just talking some BS and I'm just we having fun with it. If it's like a real topic like that, I'm gonna kick back and listen if I don't know what's going on.
But you didn't. But you did not. He didn't kick back and listen. He just started saying stuff. This is the third, fourth different stream. He still don't even know what the actual charges are. He's calling things anything. Thank you so much to Melanated Wealth for the $2 super chat. Exactly. Statutory could somehow imply consensual. Exactly. I don't like people use that word anyway. Statutory. It's like, oh, it would be legal if she was just simply old enough. No. It don't say nothing about statutory, nothing. It says as abuse, continuous. Continuous as abuse. Not one time, not two time, not three time, continuous. To a child in a vulnerable position that he had access to, a missing runaway. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Bro.
You in a relationship now? You over there?
He's crazy, bro.
What's that thing called when you off drugs and you be sweating and stuff? You need some
withdrawing.
More that's why in your life, and you can't purchase it like you used to because you over there with the 304 that's using you for money. But whatever. But I don't know why everybody had no jumper except for Doughboy, Lush, and Suspect is idiots because you mad. I don't know.
Peach on a Leash said, there goes his credibility. All he had to say was he didn't know. Oops. Oh, shit. I didn't realize it was XYZLMNOP. No, he couldn't say that. Now it's everybody else is an idiot. Everybody else is stupid. This is crazy. This is like predator type language.
Lush is a white man, a white Jew with wealthy parents and a brother that's the founder of Indeed.
Okay, if that's true, I've been telling y'all. If that's true, I've been telling y'all. Freaking Lush is a Fed. He's a Fed. That's what I've been telling y'all. He's either a federal asset or an actual informant or something. And Munchie B, now look, Munchie B is loose on facts. I'll tell you that. He just says stuff. And he says it with a lot of conviction. So I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's real that Lush's brother is the founder of Indeed. Wait a second. You mean to tell me the two white dudes that are the main, draw of this podcast, that they're kind of like the bosses of the podcast? One of them's got a real rich daddy in politics, the Grand Masons, friends with Bill Clinton, and the other one's brother founded Indeed. Hold on. I need to research that. Okay. That needs researched. Okay, shout out to my cousin, brother, Tufstina. And we watched, about 20 minutes of his video, but that thing is 2 hours, 13 minutes long. And he did stream it 2 days ago. He is at 11.9 thousand subscribers. So if we could get him pushed over the 12,000 subscriber mark, I'm sure he would appreciate it. Let's just get that done. Because he is one of the only people that's constantly and consistently been out here standing up for vulnerable victims, little girls, children, etc. So shout out to him. Shout out to the girl dads. And I want to now go to the next no jumper imbecile. And we're going to talk now about this old pawpaw. This is a clip from No Jumper itself. This one right here, oh my God. Something is sincerely and seriously freaking wrong with him. Oh My God, I rebuke. And he didn't even come across my radar until like literally yesterday. No jumper, David. Let me do this. No jumpers, free David. I want y'all to see that. Look at this. Look at this terrifying individual. What in the hell is he wearing on his head? And why? Did he cut holes out for the braids or the locks to come out? Or is it just a little face framing headband? What is this? Is it a neck brace? Is it so he can pull it up over his face and do a crime real quick? Who is this guy? Do you see the froth? Do you see the rabies on the corners of his lip right there? It looks like it's frothing. What is the frothing happening? The thing on his neck looks filthy. This is ugly. And the title of the video is 607 Unc. What a stupid name. Actually perfectly fitting for a stupid person. Says David should be free. So one of these no jumper degenerates is saying David should be free, and they clipped it. And they put it out for the world to see and react to. So that's what we fitting about to do right now. Also learned about this from Stino.
Views like, oh, this one about to go
Someone
up.
died?
Are those different?
Yeah.
Oh,
Somebody
I hate when
did.
people say that.
The girl
that's
passed out.
The bright side.
Gang,
She might have
make
Bright
people,
side is the views.
Adam.
The downside is someone died. The views.
Adam.
The downside is someone dies.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the bright side.
Adam.
The bright side is we got some extra views.
Right.
She died.
Adam, somebody almost died. He passed out last night right here. I had to touch her to heal her instantly. You should have saw it. I healed it instantly with my hand. I had to come over and touch it. I don't like
Drinking and smoking, and she stood up.
I would like the record to reflect that if I'm ever passed out about to die, the very last person's decrepit finger that I want on me is that person's. Okay, no, I do not consent. I will come back from the dead just to haunt him and screech. Get away from me. Do not touch me with that bony finger. Crusty. Thank you, Allison, for the $4.99 super chat. I believe David tells the whole story through his music and art. It's truly unmistakable. It's crazy how point for point it lines up. Thank you for that $4.99. Listen to this. Like the ha 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 ha. Too bad somebody had to die for us to get views. These people are deranged. These people have a moral sickness.
Happened to me a bunch of times.
Gang, I had to heal her with my hand. You don't know what happened. She was having a seizure.
Don't heal me.
I hit her as soon as I touched her, she got up. As soon as I touched her, she got up. Everybody saw it. As soon as I touched her, she boom.
Bro, you almost gave her a staph infection.
Gang, as soon as I touched her,
Seriously.
she got up. She was ready to die here. I saved you.
I was ready for her to die too. I was going to keep her corpse in my office.
Nigga, I saved you.
Corpse ride.
This is supposed to be a joke?
I woke up from my
so
touch.
early.
My touch is powerful.
It's early,
It's
but
so
also-
early for that. They
early.
literally just
Too early to kill a woman. Oh,
put this for the joke.
She's been dead for like a year.
But the girl Celeste.
Oh shit. Who's Celeste?
Okay, so
David.
it's a singer named David, and he was like in a relationship with a 12-year-old. To the time she was 14, he ended up killing her and putting her in the trunk.
When you put it like that.
Supposedly,
It is-
but I mean, no, just
But
Put it like that, it's wrong.
But I heard the parents gave permission for the relationship. Yes or no?
No.
no, she ran away.
But I heard, oh my God, these creepy, crusty, dusty, balding, degenerated, possibly not even human demons. But, okay, first of all, but is a conjunction that contradicts the whole clause before it. Okay, it's a connector. That means it's a connector word. And but means you're about to qualify everything that just came before it. They just said it was a child who was found dead. She had a relationship from 12 to 14, and this man, if you could even call him that, with a 6 head. Okay, we skipped 4 head, we skipped 5 head, and we're on 6 over here. And that's coming from somebody with a big forehead. Okay, I got a big forehead. It's a lot of brain to fit in one skull. Okay, so this degenerated buffoon heard that there was a little girl murdered. There was a little girl continuously sexually abused, and his first thought was to say, "But I heard." Where did he hear it? Where did he hear it from? Was it the same sources that told him to make himself look like that every day? Because it's giving village crazy person. I'll say that. And I rebuke. But he said, I heard her parents gave permission. Oh, okay. Okay, well then that must mean it's all okay to continually sexually abuse over the course of at least a year, according to allegations, and then murder, according to allegations, and then chop up and dismember 2 weeks later, according to allegations. Well, as long as the parents gave permission. And I'm going to say the same thing about him that I said about Munchie B. If you are of the mindset that a little girl's parents can consent or agree to essentially allowing their child to be criminally abused, and again, David's innocent until proven guilty. But if you are of the mindset that parents should be allowed to consent to have their children be criminally sexually abused for years on end, you don't belong in this society with the rest of us. You ought to be locked up. You ought to be banished. Maybe we could even start considering the death penalty, because I don't really care for my tax dollars keeping these degenerated buffoons alive. That's my opinion, and I'm talking about Adam too. And I'm talking about Lush too. And I'm talking about anybody of any race, origin, nationality, religion, or creed who agrees that a parent should be allowed, because the parent is a criminal, disgusting criminal, then they should be able to give their children away to be criminally abused. Woo, I rebuke. Holy this is disgusting. Can we bring Couth back? Can we bring home training back? If this is what it starts looking like when people don't go to college, maybe I'm a fan of college again. Holy shit. Something's wrong with these things. Something's wrong with them. Holy shit.
When y'all looking for your...
But I heard the mama gave permission.
I think
if the mama gave permission, the mama is the guardian of the child, right? So the mama gives permission.
Listen to me.
The mama is the guardian of the child. The mama is the guardian of the child. When a mama gives permission for a child to do something like that, it's not our responsibility.
We have no reason to think that
we have no reason to worry about a dead body in the car.
We have no reason to think that there was the parent.
He said, we have no business even worrying about the dead body in the car. Lock this man up. I don't need to hear any more from him. Lock him up. I'd call the cops right then. 911. Hi, yes, officer. This man just said that we shouldn't worry about dead bodies because the mom said it was okay. What the fuck is this man talking about? Holy shit. Unbelievable. Also, somebody said it on here. What even is the goddamn evidence that the mom did approve? From last I heard, the mom was beside herself, didn't know where her daughter was, how her daughter died. So he's just like Munchie B, just making shit up. Just making it up. Just pulling shit right out of his butt. And then spewing it like the vile regurgitation that it is. Who told him that, girl? Might have been the same entity that told that woman I was doing drugs on my live stream one time. Remember when I did that hair follicle test? That is so funny that I did that. Remember she said she was getting messages from the Lord? God stood right there in her living room and told her I was doing cocaine on the live stream. That's what this man sounds like. He sounds about as confident as that lunatic. This man needs to be fired. Adam needs to fire this man.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm a prophet. I keep telling you this.
But listen,
no, the mama knew.
No, but you're not
talking about
you're not super far off. You're not. But like, because what I heard had happened was there was an instance potentially of involving like the mom finding out about it and then trying
not doing too much about it,
trying
though.
to get money from him out of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Here's the thing. It reminds me of Nova. Remember Nova's mom also gave her permission to do certain things? And I'm going to say the same thing here that I said about that. If somebody said street people do hear stuff though, so maybe the mom did give permission. Maybe she did. I don't know if she did or didn't, but maybe she did. She should be criminally charged as well. She should also stand trial for everything that happened to Celeste as well. If the parents actually gave any permission for this criminal activity that's been alleged by prosecutors to have happened, they should be criminally charged as well. Because we cannot live in a society where parents can basically sell their children. That's slavery, stupid. We have people sitting up on no jumper saying, that's fine. Slavery is fine. All of you people concerned need to stop worrying about it. It's not your freaking business. Sexual slavery is fine. Owning children is fine. Chattel slavery is fine. And if you're worried about it, you're the problem. That is pretty much the mood that has been set on No Jumper. It's pretty bad when even Adam 2216 Grand Mason is on here saying there's no evidence that mom gave permission for that. But even if she did, the mom ought to go to jail too. Charge her ass too. That would be pretty effed up. And a crime. It would also be illegal. Stupid. They don't care about illegal. They don't care about nothing but what the checks say. Jesus. They want people like Nova's mom to give them permission. I want to know how many under the age he's been with because their mom gave permission, because it feels to me like the number is greater than 0. It's my opinion.
If you're not, but like, because what I heard had happened was there was an instance potentially of involving like the mom finding out about it and then trying
and not doing too much about it,
trying
though.
to get money from him out of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
for dough.
We still have many questions.
No, 100%.
Trying to charge for money. At that, listen, I'm telling you, you don't know Mormons. It's like that. If they do when a child is born, they believe that they spiritual wives, and they giving these.
So now we're going to use the fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ, the Latter-day Saints, as the moral authority. We're going to go to the Mormons, who definitely have their own, if you're a Mormon, no offense, shout out to the Mormon cousins. I have people who I love dearly, Mormons. I truly do. There's a few people, not many, but a few people in my life, they're Mormons. I ain't got no issue with the Mormons as a whole, but let's not act like they don't have their own issues of child sexual abuse that went all the way to court, okay, at an institutional level, not just a couple Mormons who happen to be Mormons. No. The actual church has their own issues. So we don't really need to be, that's like saying, oh, well, look at Diddy, what he did. Let's look at what Diddy did and compare what happened to Celeste and make it okay because Diddy did it. No, Diddy has been charged and convicted of S crimes. He's serving prison. So you don't need to just pull, again, Munchie B 2.0, pulling shit out of nowhere. The Mormons do it, so Celeste it's okay that Celeste died because Mormons have spiritual wives. This is pedophile talk. This is how pedophiles talk. This is how they sound, just like this. This disgusting, decrepit, degenerated, dusty, dirty ass shoes, piece of shit. He talks like a pedophile talks. That's how pedophiles talk. Pedophile talk. The Mormons do it.
Him out of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
We still have many questions.
No, 100%.
Trying to charge for money. At that, listen, I'm telling you, you don't know Mormons. It's like that. If they do when a child is born, they believe that they spiritual wives, and they giving these childs away young. Or people, listen, I'm telling you, they not touching.
I'm gonna do something a little controversial here. 607 Unc. You know what the white people used to say about people that look like you? Just because of the melanin in their skin, that you were their property. And when your baby is born, they get to own it. They get to rape it. They get to sell it, kill it. So that's exactly what you're now arguing should happen. Because the Mormons do it. Guess what? The plantation owners used to do it too. Now, I think that's despicable. I think it's the lowest form of a sin you could do is try to own another person. Try to tell another person what to do with their God-given rights to freedom on this earth. But here your stupid ass is sitting here loud and confident. Well, the plantation owners used to do it. The Mormons do it. So yeah, David should get to do it. To sexually blank a 13-year-old. They on here saying it's 12. Plantation owners used to do it. They used to take them babies right out the womb and God knows what. So if Mormons are doing it and plantation owners used to do it, David should get to do it. That's where we are. That is the level of commentary that's coming out of this degenerated podcast. And it's going to millions of people. When they're born, He said when they're born. He skipped right past 13, 16, 11, 12. He skipped right past and said born. Long as the parents are okay with it. Woo! Ew. What?
That's a possibility.
Trying to charge for money. At that, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. You don't know Mormons and like that. What they do when a child is born, they believe that they spiritual wives, and they giving these childs away young. Or people buy. Listen, I'm telling you, they're not touching them, but they doing that. It's what they do. So listen, even here right now, here in America, right now, parents are giving kids away right now.
That's a crime, dumbass.
So when a mother does this, we cannot make that our responsibility and sit up and cry, free David.
Oh, you are wild.
We might not need to make it our responsibility. But we, on this channel, do. And we also make it our responsibility to call out people that have PDF file type of terminology coming out of their mouths. Look how aggressively this degenerated oaf. He really means it. He wants to do it. He's like, no. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. Hold up. Okay, I'm about to say something real spicy. Hold up. What I really think, what I really believe, and it's my real belief. This demonic, degenerated monster not only wants to be able to go and pick up a 12-year-old because their drug addict mama said it was all right, not only wants to take a little baby right out the womb and do God knows what to it because he thinks the mom's okay with it, but I think he's done it before. And I think that if he were to admit the truth, which is that is deranged and criminal, he wouldn't have a very good time in the inevitable place he would end up. He'd be holding somebody's pocket. Yes, he would. Because he ain't going to make it far, all 135 freaking pounds, 5'7" of them. No, he won't. Certainly not with them crusted, dusted shoes. Seem like he got a lot bigger problems he needs to be worrying about. And it might start with checking through his hard drives. Anybody that's a baby mama to this man wants some help getting custody of your kids? Hit me up. That won't be legal advice. I want this man's world wrecked. Now, don't send any hate. Don't send any hate. Don't try to reach out to him and contact him because you might get a demon. But he's going to get what he got coming. That's on karma.
Boy.
She said he can't.
You hear what you're saying?
Yeah, free David. Because the mama did it. The mama
nut ass nigga.
Why we not gonna free David when the mama made
killed a child, you weirdo?
Ain't no kill. Everything's reincarnated. What you talking about? Can't nothing die. The way God made things, ain't nothing die.
Do you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, I understand exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying it logically. No. I'm saying logically, you don't know what people.
What in the $3,000 for a full set of teeth dentures does this man have? Also, by the way, he got so much teeth in his mouth he can't close it. How could you want to free somebody who obviously had the body of a child rotting in their car, someone that they had sexually abused according to prosecutors? He's saying, yeah, even if David did do it, I don't care. He's not even going to, Munchie B at least said, oh, David, he didn't address the murder part. When pushed on the issue, Munchie B at least said, okay, that is bad. This disgusting animal, this barnyard cretin who belongs in the toilet part of an outhouse, this turd is saying, well, even if David did and kill this child, that's fine with me. That's not my problem. That's fine with me. He wants to live in a world where it's okay to do that. We have to lock these type of people up. We have to eliminate it from the gene pool. Thank God for people like Tough Stino, for WIGTV. for calling this out for exactly what it is. It's a criminal mindset. Even the other degenerates on the show are like, dude, do you hear yourself? And look how mad and worked up he is over it. That is a demon. I think he needs to be on a registry. I think everybody in the world needs to know he thinks these things. I think we need to tattoo it on his forehead, the quote that he just said.
Responsible, and she made agreement with the devil, nigga.
He made her
every
soul
agreement gotta get
transfer.
answered.
It only transferred.
You be sounding like this nigga too.
No, I'm very aware of everything.
No, it's almost like
I'm
fucking
very much in alignment, and I'm gonna totally speak the facts, and I always have, always will.
So you support him saying free David?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Listen, when I say free David, you talk about the body. See, I don't talk about the body.
Okay. Instantly, he starts backtracking. Instantly starts backtracking. The other altar done took over. When he took that little hit, another altar fronted. Oh, I'm talking about the body. I'm not talking about the body. I'm talking about the mindset. I'm talking about free your mind. Bitch. The only mind seems to need being freed is yours with an exorcism. In the name of the one true God, I rebuke. Ho!
Real David, let him go. Because he
always have, always will.
So you support him saying free David?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Listen, when I say free David, you talk about the body. See, I don't talk about the body. I fight not against the body. I'm talking about principalities of power.
Charles
the real
Black.
David, let him go.
Because we fight not. We fight and wrestle not against flesh and blood, no ma'am, but with principalities. Principalities of demonic hosts. Squads, groups, clans, gangs, principalities, ideas, notions. Like children, because of the color of their skin or because who their parents happen to be, mistakes their parents happen to make, ought to be subjected to be abused, killed, dismembered. Principalities of darkness are running amok. Running amok. You're looking at it. Oof.
And free David?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Listen, when I say free David, you talk about the body. See, I
didn't say
don't
that.
talk about the body. I fight not against the body. I'm talking about principalities of
All right,
power.
Charles
the real
Black.
David, let him go. Because he's locked up even when he's not in
He's a
jail.
fucking
Because the moment
murderer.
you kill, you fucked. The moment you
he's
kill, you need to be free.
Charleston Beige.
Y'all sound crazy.
He's
The
a
moment
child
you kill, you need to be
molester,
free.
and he's
And you're defending
a
him.
baby killer.
I'm not defending the David in the body. I'm defending the David in the spirit.
You shouldn't defend David at all.
Everything should be defended, nigga.
Even
the
David
ass
was
should be
heaven
defended,
sent?
nigga. Everything on earth, you
But-
shouldn't harm nothing, because nothing knows. Nothing knows.
Okay, this schizophrenic fool, he said he went from you should be able to kill a little girl because your mama said so to you shouldn't harm anything. Bitch, pick a stance. Pick whatever motherfucking hill you trying to die on real quick so we could take you out. Theoretically, hypothetically. Not physically, since we're talking about not physically. Pick a hill at least, dumbass. And you know what he's gonna do to me? Not a damn motherfucking thing. Not one damn thing. Try to come over here, and you'll be the next one leaving in a body bag, all right? Not gonna do one thing to me. Don't come out saying stupid shit if you don't want people responding to it. Dumbass. Oh, I'm just getting started on this mother. I'm just getting started on him. I'm finna know his whole case file. I'm finna print out every court document, every witness statement, because you know this one's record ain't clean. You don't get like that without spending some time in the inside. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just straight up demon possession, girl. I don't know. We're gonna find out, though. Everything he ever did, he farted in the wrong direction one time in 8th grade. I'm about to find it out. I'm gonna get yearbooks, witness statements. Woo-hoo! You're going to regret ever motherfucking forming your lips to say what you saying in this video. That's a promise. You could even Bet on Poly Market on that promise.
People for their mistakes. It's only mistakes. They only moments in life. Nigga, I used to smoke crack. Nigga, I killed people before. I did all that shit.
I love how he's advocating for a society in which nobody.
I'm advocating for God.
He just said he killed people before. Oh, I need to tell the police that this was an admission to murder. Did he already spend time in the inside for murder? This is why we gotta eliminate mandatory minimums. We have to for murder. We have to. He should have got the death penalty. He just said he killed people before. He just said that right now. He just said, I killed people before. I did all of that. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's crass and heartless. He's just a human corpse that is acting as a host for a demon or a legion of them. That is clear. He said, I've killed people before I did all that. Well, maybe you should have stayed in prison, or maybe you should go back. Disgusting.
Period.
You shouldn't defend David at all.
Everything should be defended. Nigga, even the
David
ant should be
was
defended. Nigga, everything on earth, you shouldn't harm nothing. Because nothing knows. Nothing knows until the moment that it knows. So you can't blame people for their mistakes. It's only mistakes. They only moments in life. Nigga, I used to smoke crack. Nigga, I killed people before. I did all that shit.
I love how he's advocating for a society in which nobody ever.
I'm advocating for God. God never created nothing bad. Show me one bad thing God created.
I have to have switched dimensions. How did I end up in the dimension where I'm agreeing with Adam 2216 Grain Mason and Poetic Flacco on two separate opinions on two separate issues? How? These takes are so bad. Even Adam and Flacco are like, whoa, hold up, swole up. What you said? What now? Do what? Hold up. No.
No, you were appearing to be bad because of you. You don't know what's on his mental. You don't know what made him do it. There's other entities that get into people.
He did it.
You don't know what made him do it.
You cracked directly before you thought of this stupid ass
shit. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it is.
And you sitting there talking about free the nigga?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying free his soul, free his mind. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it is. Shit just happened. I don't give a fuck about that camera.
Oh my God. That man needs he needs a beta blocker at the very least and an exorcism at best. Okay. Okay, hold on. The light in me is just completely put off by the darkness in this man. Soda Freak said, I mean, I guess freedom of the First Amendment. Absolutely. I am very happy. I don't even want to call him a man. This beast. I'm very happy this beast, this creature, this worm is actually saying these things out loud because at least we in the community will know. And the next time he ends up inevitably in court, hopefully somebody has this video transcript and says, Your Honor, look what this man said. He done killed people. You ought to be able to sell your kids like as if the slavery days are still going on. I am so grateful and happy that these degenerated buffoons get on here with poo-poo for opinions and say them. Because at least it puts us all on notice. That's another thing. I mean, a lot of people have been, TMZ even ran a headline. Oh, there's a movement to get David's music removed off streaming platforms. That is so stupid. Y'all are stupid. Y'all want to get the music removed from we the people to be able to see all the evidence of all the admissions he basically made in these songs if what the prosecutors are saying is true happened? Y'all want to take away knowledge and information from we the people and censor it. You don't think Universal Music's still going to get their royalties somehow? Just because something gets taken off of a streaming platform? No, they should, people that have committed crimes should absolutely still have their music on streaming platforms so we can see what they've been saying. You're taking away evidence from us by taking the music off the streaming platforms. Hello, think about it in a big picture sort of way. David's lawyers are going to get paid for whether his shit's on a streaming platform or not. Let's be honest. Think big picture. They have y'all out here arfing like seals over losing your own rights to know what somebody had sang a song about. The record companies are always going to make their money. I know Flacco isn't on the panel. I don't know if maybe you just got here. We were talking about his opinions earlier.
Feed me. Shut up that camera. Feed me.
Doughboy about to squabble 607.
No, I'm for real. Y'all always want to say what's good and bad and what determines that. Y'all don't know what determines that.
In reality, there is no good and bad.
That's what I'm saying. So
you know what's good and bad.
Happen.
You know
there is no good and bad.
And when things happen, they sort of like just happen. We can't understand.
There is no good and bad. So David ought to be able to, as accused, sexually abuse a 13-year-old. Killer with a deadly weapon for financial gain as accused, innocent until proven guilty, and 2 weeks later, dismember her corpse into 7, 11 pieces because there's no good or bad. So then we should just have the purge as a society and let demons like this freak with his pawpaw shoes he's wearing. Why is this guy in the middle not wearing no shoes, but he kept his socks on? To be honest, that's the most home training of any of them on this panel. I mean, it's so weird that they keep their shoes on inside. That's one thing. Like, as soon as I, started dating an Indian, it was like instant. I'm like, yeah, why do people wear their shoes inside? Good point. Now I'm like MK Ultra. I just take shoes off because it makes sense. You walk with them nasty, dirty shoes all up and down wherever in the hell he's been going. The pits of hell is what it seems like. And then take them dirty and nasty shoes. Why do you think that orange rug turned up looking like a half a perk rug? Because these nasty, degenerated, disgusting pawpaw shoes they all wear. Tromping through whatever in the hell on Fig and Skid Row and then tromping right into the studio. But I don't think the socks match. I don't know. Maybe he should, I don't know. Maybe just get a pedicure and take the socks off. I don't know. Maybe get some slippers. But this thing right here, I mean, he's already wearing the orange jumpsuit. Just come pick him up. 5-0, just come pick him up. He deserves it. Check the hard drives.
Why they happen? We just got to witness them happen.
You have a flawed logic. Sir.
Witness it happening.
Agreed.
Bro.
I agree.
It don't happen to you. It ain't really happened.
I noticed that I can't even follow what he's saying at all. And
it's so ridiculous.
It's just a blur.
You know why you can't follow it?
It's just a blur.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about reality. This reality. I'm talking about quit giving your feelings away so easy. Anything can make you feel, nigga.
He's right to some extent. Quit giving your feelings away so easily. Like, yeah, there's some good argument in that. Like, don't let these degenerated buffoons get you all upset because really they're powerless freaks and losers. Really, honestly, this guy has to go on Adam 22 daddy Adam 22 16 grain Mason and beg him for $125 an episode or whatever because like, obviously he can't build his own shit. So I mean, like consider the source. So yeah, true. But then he ain't taking his own advice. Stop giving your feelings away so easily. Why are you literally red in the face, sweating profusely, foaming at the mouth? Foam is resting like a rabid raccoon or a dog in the corners of his mouth. You ever seen a raccoon or a dog with rabies? Their mouth starts to foam up. He's rabid. And he's telling us to stop giving our feelings away. For a little girl that got SULE blanked and died, murdered, dismembered, chopped up, left to rot in a soup of fluids in a record-setting hot temperature summer. Stop giving your feelings away so easy, but look how worked up he's getting. Why don't you follow your own advice, weirdo? Ew. Look at him look how worked up he is right before he tells us to stop giving our feelings away so easy. Huh. Is this not giving? Put a 2 in the chat if this is giving. Some little girls be fast and grown and thrust theyself into the lifestyle. He must be cousins with Aunt Heffy. They gotta be cousins. Mental cousins, to say the least.
Just
so
blur.
fast.
You know why you can't follow it?
It's just a blur.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about reality. This reality. I'm talking about quit giving your feelings away so easy. Anything can make you feel, nigga. Stop letting everything make you feel. A baby dies. So what? Babies die every day.
What the?
That's what happens.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying don't make it make you feel. If you're going to do something for it, do something for it. Don't let it make you feel. Because then you're going to think every time a baby die, it ain't supposed to die, but sometimes the baby's supposed to die.
Nobody is remotely moved by this.
What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about? think he needs a conservatorship. I think he needs a brain scan. Is he laughing? This is the worst type of person there is. It don't get worse than this.
We cannot determine
shock
that.
value, quasi Charleston White.
We can't determine it. I'm keeping it real, gang. I'm talking about reality.
You can't even be realistic.
No matter what we do, we can't stop babies from dying.
Harsh truth.
What the f are you talking about?
Stop a baby from dying, then. Stop God playing, then. Let me see you do it.
What does that have to do with fucking somebody?
Even David got God in him that can be woken.
Even David was heaven sent.
Even if he don't give it in his lifetime, he get it in the next. That's what I'm saying.
Even David was heaven sent.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is walking is God when they look like me, nigga. That's what I'm telling you.
You look like.
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. But we have lows. We have parts in our life. We have moments.
Please, somebody in the diaspora, please, some cousin in the diaspora, please tell me this man isn't saying anybody black is God. Anybody is God when they look like me. I don't think we need to start doing, if somebody looks like something, then they're God. If somebody looks like something, then they're a criminal. But from where I'm sitting, that needs to be locked up, God or not. No. Somebody said look like it's stinking there. Sure does. He looks like he has halitosis sitting between the fake teeth in his mouth. Anybody looks like him is God. Y'all didn't know? Y'all didn't hear? When y'all are clapping your hands in the sanctuary, Ezekiel saw the will. Y'all singing to him. Because of who you are, I give you glory. It's him. It's him. That's what he's trying to tell you.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is walking is God when they look like me, nigga. That's what I'm telling you.
You look like.
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this.
He looks like a PDF file to me.
We have parts in our life. We have moments in our life where we animals. But we was programmed to be that way. The system programmed to be that way.
It's never his fault. Never any criminal's fault. You notice that? Never any criminal's fault. It was the programming. So everybody got programmed to do it, but only some people actually kill. Got it. It's just so hard to keep up with this non-existent logic.
I'm telling you.
You look like.
I'm telling you this. But we have lows. We have parts in our life. We have moments in our life where we animals. But we was programmed.
That's for sure.
Programmed to be that way. His daddy programmed us to be that way.
Stop co-signing this nigga.
You love the nigga that program.
She's on the same type of witchcraft as him.
You love the nigga. No, for real. You love the nigga that programmed you to be like that. That's why you got a tattoo on your arm now.
If you know, you know.
He don't gotta make you use program to do it. Nigga, you ain't gotta make you no more.
Adam really did make Doughboy. He's like, hey, if you want to be a part of the team, you gotta get tatted.
I watched Adam make it eat a blunt.
Yeah.
Fool.
I did that.
He do anything that they will do. And he laugh about
Look,
it.
Adam is also a degenerated evil buffoon. I've been saying this for years, okay? He is satanic. He is demonic. He is the worst type of person there is as well. He has also contributed to this narrative that little girls can be fast and grown and thrust themselves into the lifestyle, that little girls can be somehow manipulating grown adults who aren't even their family members. So yes, Adam is degenerated as well. Please don't let what I'm saying about this buffoon on the right with his prison orange on, probably knowing what's inevitably going to come down the pipe. Don't get it twisted. Like I think he's the worst of the worst on this show. Certainly he has the worst opinions on this clip. Certainly has the worst opinions on this clip. I mean, everybody's sitting here, even the regular troll, this lady right here, she's normally like kind of doing like a little bit of devil's advocate. Even she's like, dude, what the fuck? What are you talking about right now? Just stop. Adam is degenerated. Adam has serious problems. He didn't earn the name Adam 16 for nothing. That's for sure.
Love. I'm telling you this. I've been around him for a long time. Good businessman, good nigga to do content with. When it come to wanting a friend, everything you tell this nigga is recorded by his mind. He gonna say it on camera. He have no off button.
That's not true.
What off button you got?
Me and Lush had plenty of conversations off camera that don't make their way to air.
Because
you haven't earned that.
You actually like Lush, right? That's rare.
I think they're both feds.
Meanwhile, you are sitting here defending.
In my
Lush
opinion.
is the last thing you got. That's why you like Lush. As soon as you build another one of these, you're going to over Lush.
No.
Only reason you like Lush now, because you understand, you aware he's the last thing you got. You got nothing else.
In the ranks, guys.
You ain't got nothing that's as powerful as Lush. That's off the meth. Because stay up 24, 48 hours straight.
Right, we have many hosts.
This nigga stay up 3 days straight off that. And you know it. You ain't gonna disrespect him.
He's not on meth. He's promised us he's not on drugs.
Oh man, can't nobody get that for long.
Take a drug test.
Can't nobody.
Hold on. This man just said, as long as some child's mother approves of something, then she ought to be able to be sexually abused. None of us should care about it. That's on them. That's on them. But he draws his moral authority and his moral high ground at somebody doing drugs. How'd that work? How does that work? Lush is a grown man. If he wants to be methed up 24/7 till the day he kicks the curb, that's his choice. That's his choice. But when it's a little girl who can't consent, that's okay. That's okay. To sexually abuse her for a year, to dismember her body, to put it in your trunk, innocent until proven guilty. I'm not even saying David definitely did do this stuff. He's saying even if David did do the stuff, so what? But then he draws the line and takes a moral position on drugs? Adult recreational use of substances? Woo! Woohoo! Something's wrong with him. Probably a few things. Seriously wrong. Can we get a brain scan?
Oh, this nigga fried.
No, I'm passionate.
This fried.
I'm a rock star. I'm the last
Stop
one
playing
left.
on me. On G.
I'm the last one left.
On G. You the last one left. That's why they respect you.
Last wigger left.
They're not gonna respect you. As soon as he find another that's gonna be just like you, he ain't gonna respect you no more. He gonna turn back into regular Adam.
Crazy as
I don't even like the connotations of that word anyway.
Ain't nothing wrong with wig on. Say anything you want.
Yeah, no, it's not about whether or not I want to say it. I just don't like. I think that's a mean word. They just tease me and say that.
Say to who?
So
You
I
feel
had a
offended
rap
about
group
Wigga?
in high school.
No, I was because it's being black
what?
people.
No, when I was in fifth,
You don't care, David.
they're not
necessarily.
paying attention.
Not really,
we got
right?
one
But
mic.
it's still like
One mic.
You just don't want nothing.
She's in her own
It's
fucking
touchy.
planet.
I don't know.
Her and him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who? I stay in my own planet. I never come to yours, nigga. We'll never connect. Why would I come to your
Thank
world?
God.
It's terrible there.
You're banished from my realm.
I'm just pointing out that like we're trying to have an actual
Let me tell you a
conversation,
story.
and you're
Hold
just
on,
over here on a
Let me
retarded
tell you
rant
one. Let me tell you
again.
one story. I'm gonna be done. It
We
was
can't
somebody.
have a conversation again because you won't shut the
He seriously is like a total energy vampire. This man has not come across my desk not once because he's just frankly hasn't been important enough. And again, I'm just wondering, are they just desperate for my attention? Are they just desperate for me to come in and give them the Aunt Heffy treatment? They just miss me. They miss my commentary. They miss the light that I bring to the show. They miss the oxygen that permeates the room whenever somebody's mentioning my name behind the scenes. They must just be desperate for my attention. That's really the only, other than demons, that's the only possible explanation of what's going on over here. Because even Stino said it. Whoa, wait. Till my cousin BJ finds out about this. And I mean, here I am. And you know what these buffoons are going to do about it? Not a nothing. Not a damn thing. Not a single, not one damn thing. Doubt this one even has the gall, the nuts to even mention it. He can act like he didn't even never hear about this video. Something is wrong with the frontal lobe. And he's talking about, you're not in my dimension. You're not in my planet. Thank God. Because I would instantly delete myself and start the next life. Can you imagine the children in this man's life? Hopefully, the good Lord has seen fit not to bless him with any. And if there are children in his life, I really hope CPS steps in instantaneously, like yesterday. Whoa.
Just pointing out that like we're trying to have an actual
Let me tell you a
conversation
story.
and you're
Oh,
just over here on a retarded
Let me tell you
rant
one, let me tell you one story. I'm gonna be done. It
We
was
can't
somebody-
have a conversation again because you won't shut the fuck
Let me tell you one thing. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. It was somebody. He died, right? And when he died, they came and took him to heaven. He said, "Oh, I feel good in heaven." He said, "Listen, I just spent my whole life. I know what heaven feel like now. Can you take me to hell?" The devil said, "Okay, I'm gonna take you to hell."
Why did I do this to myself?
He blinked. He looked up. He said, "Damn, hell looked just like heaven, but everybody was arguing. It was the only difference. Everybody was arguing, but hell and heaven was the same. It's hell. You come here and you just argue."
What is this schizo delusion? What is he talking about? He's the
He's
only one arguing. This is one of the very few issues on this show that pretty much like everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees. Like if David did this, this is horrible. This is some of the worst type of crimes you can do. If he did this under the jail, death penalty eligible, even the trolls on the show agree. Even Munchie B has had to walk back what he has said. Oh yeah, that's horrible. That age range is horrible. Oh, but she lied. But if she didn't lie, then yeah, that would be horrible. Even Munchie B has had to backtrack. They got me agreeing with Adam 2216 Grand Mason and Poetic Flacco for the love of God. Even they agree. Everyone is on the same page. And the one idiot arguing about it is the one that's like, why we always got to argue? Because you're saying insane shit. You're saying stuff that people who need to be locked up in a psych ward say. You're saying criminal-minded PDF file stuff. That's you are sounding like one of them. You are the one arguing. It's a pretty non-controversial issue as far as people's opinions on it. There's pretty much everybody agrees. Yeah, if David did what he's accused of, which he is innocent till proven guilty, it's not even like the man is saying that. If he was saying that, David's innocent till proven guilty, and I haven't seen any evidence that David did any of this stuff, fine. At least that's true. Well, we always got to argue. Sir. You're the one arguing. No coincidence he looks just like Predator from the movies. Nope.
They don't do nothing
You're being
like
annoying.
me.
We're trying
better
to have
than
an
me.
actual conversation. You're just over here on this crackhead rant.
What was the name of the group in high school that you said?
Oh, you gonna cut me out. This nigga here is a real. What's wrong with you? Gonna cut me out?
Your stupid fables.
That's not no favor. You gonna cut me out? We're talking about real shit from God.
Yeah, we don't.
Well, you just go on and on about nothing.
It's about God.
So you believe in God?
Yeah.
All right.
He believes in God because he thinks he is God. And you know who else thinks they are God? Satanists. Okay. So I absolutely rebuke. And I saw a few people saying he makes us look bad. Like I know there's, black cousins in the chat. Girl, no, he don't. He don't make black people look bad. He's speaking for himself and everybody knows it. And there's also black people that are saying this is messed up. So don't make it seem like you have to come out and be, oh, all black people don't agree with him. We know. I know that. This man is degenerated. Okay. This man has some problems and has nothing to do with black and has nothing to do with race at all. There's white people messed up and effed up, just like Adam 2216, Grand Mason, and Lush. And Megyn Kelly, who said Epstein wasn't a real PDF file. I wish he was white. Don't worry. They got white people that would say it too. That's what I'm trying to say. This has nothing to do with race. Because I know y'all saw me show my cousin Tufstino, who's calling these people out too. Okay, my cousin brother. So it's nothing to do with race. And just like I don't speak for every white person, obviously, we've been kind of like, speaking of programming, all of us collectively, and especially the United States of America, have been programmed to be like hyper aware of like race and race issues, which to some extent was probably a good thing. There probably needed to be some things brought out to the public in the forefront and discussed. But also it's like just run all the way to the absolute maximum of ad absurdum, where it's like, obviously not just because one person says something, they're not speaking for a whole race. Just because somebody says something, they cannot possibly be speaking for a whole gender or whatever. Like this man and his degenerated opinions has nothing to do with his race, but it might have something to do with the frontal lobe. Okay, I'll say that. It's crazy. Weirdos come in all shapes and sizes. Yes, I know. It's crazy. The clip is over. I mean, I know that there were people in here telling me like, stop watching it and stuff like that. Y'all, all due respect, this is my channel. I'm going to stop watching stuff when I feel like. If it's too much for you, you can click the X button and then come back later when I'm talking about something else. But I don't really like to be told what to do. I'll say that. New jumper is nullified. Terrible people come in all shapes and sizes and colors and religions and classes and origins and creeds. I understand the need to say that, but preventatively though, because so often you see it be brought up negatively that you want to get ahead of it. Totally. And people can say what they want to say. People can say what they want to say. If people want to say that in the chat, you can go ahead and say that, please. Far be it from me to censor somebody saying something about, their own experience or whatever, or clarifying, look, they don't represent me. But I just want to let y'all know also, like, I know that already. Like, this man has problems. He'd been listening to men on the corner street for too long. And it also might have been, just, he don't really think that, and he just wants clicks and views, but that is detestable. If he was doing all of those shenanigans and saying all of that vile and detestable, intentionally inflammatory, harmful and disgusting language, and he didn't even really mean it, and he was just doing it for clicks and clout, that's Satan. That ain't God. I'll tell you that. That is factual. His frontal cortex isn't fully developed. I don't know how old he is. Thanks so much to Venus Envy for the $4.99 super chat. I wouldn't spit on Adam No Jumper if he was on fire. Whoop. Thank you to Justice Gypsy for the $2 super chat. These sickos need to jump away from these poor little girls. It's disgusting. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Miss J, for the $5 super chat. If he thinks these things are okay, what does he think is actually bad? That's the thing. If this isn't the worst thing, sexually abusing a child, having cheese pizza on your phone, as alleged, murder, and dismembering the remains, then what is bad? He's basically saying there is no good and there is no bad. Which on like a strictly philosophical, like if we're doing like like a thought exercise, sure. I mean, I can go there. I can stretch my mind to like a classroom discussion about what is good and what is evil. This is one of the things that Socrates, a very famous, Western philosopher, did focus a lot of his philosophy works on, and a lot of his theories on what is good, what is evil, what is God, what is devil, what is it? Why do we work in these dichotomies? Why do we work in these dualities? These are conversations that can be had. But in the context of an actual real life little girl that got found in the condition she did, to say there's no good and there's no bad, then you're saying there should be the purge. There should be no laws, and people like you should be able to run amok and do whatever crimes, and then just be able to say, oh, well, there's no good and there's no bad, so I should be able to chop up your 14-year-old. That's what these disgusting, predatory freaks are out here saying on channels that have hundreds of thousands, millions of subscribers, and I rebuke in the name of the one true God. No more abuse against our children. No matter the race, no matter the class, no matter where their parents were born, no more. And I hope there's a dossier on that bitch. And I'm talking about him. I called him a bitch, his mommy a bitch, his daddy a bitch, his whole bloodline a bitch. And you know what he's going to do about it? Not a damn thing. You know how I'm going to pay the consequence for it? I'm not. I'm going to have abundance. I'm going to have success. I'm going to experience favor. And that motherfucker, that little bitch, that little turd is going to suffer. It's all about to start going downhill from here. And if you want to try to sick your ancestors on me, let me just warn you. They my ancestors too, bitch. And they like me more than you. Bitch. Any questions, comments, and concerns can be sent to the one true God, because that's the only one can tell me what to do. Bitch. Come deal with the Princeton Police Department if you have an issue. Bitch. Because I'll call the feds. I'll live stream the whole thing. Bitch. Anyway. So. My mom made a... Oh, where is it? Okay, hold on. My mom made a recap of the Steve Fischer interview with Gideon, and I wanted to read some of the things to y'all. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, okay, I got another tip. Okay, hold on. Let me show y'all this. This is a good one. This has to do with the hand scar. Breaking news. Breaking news. Someone just sent me. How do I open that? How do I save this? Hold on. I'm trying to get this picture saved. It's about the hand. She went and found a picture of his hand, David's hand, and it's scarred. So let me see. How do I? Okay. Here. This is fine. This opened in a new window. Let me do this. So she says, and this is the same person, the same subscriber who had sent me the other picture of David's hand. And she says, hey, BJ, after last night's live, I went back to David's Instagram and I just looked for images of his palms to note the dates, etc. I'll attach what I found. You can see about a month after Celeste's death, he still has a scar on his hand. I've also attached 2 samples of his handwriting because of that hand picture with the wording on it. I thought maybe it would help decipher things. Okay, I don't have the handwriting. Okay, David fingernails is a scar. Okay, let's see. There's a... Oh, he does appear to have a scar there. Okay. So she sends a bunch of pictures actually now that I'm scrolling. I just got this email now. But I think the top one is the... Oh, yeah, here's another one. I'll have to put these into a slideshow. Oh my God. Shout out to the Acadian diaspora, wherever in the world you may be. Dory Angel said, thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. I'm so happy my sister showed me we are actually 1% Acadian and not just French Canadian. Real cousin, yes. Shout out to the Acadian diaspora, all the Acadian cousins. I think this is a good picture to start. I'll put all these on a slideshow and we'll go through them on the next live. But you can see he does still have... Oh, girl. He does appear to still have a scar right there. Now, it could be an overlap of a shadow. See this finger shadow and this finger shadow? Maybe they're overlapping, but it does kind of look like a scar right there. Kind of looks like a scar right there. And I will pull up the other ones on a live stream in the future because she sent a lot of pictures. So I'll put all those together on one, slideshow or whatever, and let y'all look at those on my next live. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Maybe she sent it to my other email. I'm looking for the... All right. Maybe it was on this email. Hold on. Steve Fischer recap. Okay. So this is the hour-long interview he did with Gideon. I haven't had a chance to really read over it, but I did watch the Gideon interview with SF Investigates, and he was remember, he's the one who had been hired by... Oh, she's in here. Moose Pants. Yes, that's your email. Nice. I was yelling at 607 Unk, crusty, dusty, musty, ew. But we've moved on from that now. Okay, so this is my mom's notes. It's a recap and says, it's just this one page. People were getting money. Right. Okay. So there's one aspect of what Steve Fischer had said. He said, if this goes to trial, people are going to see. And the way he said, he kind of implied the family was either receiving money or sending money. And it would indicate Maybe the parents did know. Now, I've already said my opinion on that. Even if the mom or the dad or both of them did know, they ought to be charged and go to jail too. Okay, that doesn't make it okay. Anybody think it does needs to be locked up with the parents. That's what I mean. Okay. So this is another interesting point. Okay, so these are points she took on the notes. The family, Celeste's family, never contacted Steve Fischer Investigates. Interesting. And he's never spoken to them. He reached out to them, but had no response, and he didn't want to push them too hard. The live stream with Celeste, where she says, what's controversial about beep kids? Epstein, this, that, and the other. And David says, delete everything. Delete everything. Okay, that apparently was made in the beginning of 2004. Just a few months before Celeste would go missing for the last time officially. Now, when I say go missing, I don't mean nobody ever heard from her again. I mean when they reported her missing to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And Steve Fischer also implied, maybe suggested, that the reason that Celeste was reported missing wasn't because her parents didn't know where she was. It was because they, perhaps, didn't want to be in trouble for not bringing Celeste to school. You know how, you can get in trouble as a parent if your kid's not at school. So, she's missing, but maybe they knew where she was. And Steve Fischer did say he had some evidence that a family member dropped her off at David's before, and a family member also was inside David's house before. Steve Fischer claims to have evidence of that. The fourth point my mom wrote in her recap notes, family and friends knew Celeste was with David. Some of them have been to the house. Yeah, that's what I just said. Or house with or without. I don't know what that means. People have received money and it looks really, really bad. That is a quote from SF Investigates. And so if you're 607 crusty, dusty, musty unk, that makes it okay and nobody should care about it anymore. So when a parent doesn't take proper responsibility for their children, according to 607 crusty, dusty, halitosis unk, then none of us should care either. I would venture to actually push back and say we should care and have more of a responsibility. How are you going to call yourself a unk? For the love of God. Do you know what a unk is supposed to do? Look out for the kids of the community. Be like another extended family member. Not foam at the mouth at the prospect of someone being held accountable for harming a little girl. No. You're supposed to be like an uncle. I'm fully in my auntie era. I said it yesterday. This is where the aunties come. The aunties and the meemaws and the queenies and the parents and the godmamas. This is where we come to congregate. I'm fully in my auntie era. But being so requires a certain level of responsibility. When a child's mother or father in the community isn't protecting the child, that's when an unk or an auntie is supposed to step in. But according to 607 crusty dusty unk, sound like he wants to become more than an unk to these little poor children. I think he needs his hard drives checked. Steve Fischer was asked, was David still tied to that house that was raided at the time the body was found? And SF Investigates said, no, David was on tour when the car and the body was found. So I actually would disagree with SF Investigates, but the question is, was David still tied to the house? Technically, on paper, David didn't sign that lease. His management company did. So I don't know. It depends how you're defining tied to the house. Like, what does it mean to be tied to the house? But it doesn't appear that David was actively, at the moment that the body was discovered, living in the house. However, he would stop back into LA, even on his tour. Like, he was supposed to, stop back in LA. If he would have a break, he would go to Texas or he would go to LA. So he never was really technically tied to the house. The landlord of the house didn't even know who David was. Didn't even know the singer David until he found out that his house was finna get raided. And that's why he hired SF Investigates. He's like, I need to find out what happened in my house. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Can somebody please explain to me what is the difference between Acadian and French Canadian? Yeah, briefly on the surface, I can. So Akkadian is a specific ethnic group of people who perhaps originated in what is now known as France, but it was kind of a region like I think the Breton region. Like, interestingly, my name is Brittany. That's so funny. But like, it's an area between like current modern day like England, Britain, Great Britain, and France, but it's an ethnic group called Akkadians, and they kind of like developed their own culture and their own phenotype and their own stuff like a little bit separately from French. But then there's also like actual French people who would call themselves French. Like Akkadians would call themselves Akkadians. They would not call themselves French. Now, if you're trying to do your ethnography or whatever, your ancestry, you might find French in your background. You might find Akkadian, but Akkadians are in the United States actually a protected ethnic group with our own culture and our own customs and our own even language. We have Cajun French, although, it's not always mutually intelligible. But that's basically the difference. But there were settlers from Acadia and there were settlers from France, and who would have considered themselves to be culturally, ethnically French. Like today, we kind of count a lot of people from Europe as white. We kind of like, oh, that's white. Italians are white. Irish are white. Welsh are white. But that's brand new. It's only been in the last maybe 75 to 100 years that Irish people would consider themselves the same thing as Italian people. And even to this day, a lot of people don't. But in the United States, we have kind of a melting pot. So a lot of people are Irish and Welsh and Italian and German and English. So it's kind of like, whatever, white, whatever. But this is kind of new. European countries used to not consider themselves to be the same thing. I mean, they had heated thousands of year long like rivalries. So yeah, now we're kind of put everybody in the same pot. But, there was a time when Akkadians would have been scoffing at being called French, even though they would have spoken a language that sounded like French, or it was French, and things like that. But anyway, that's like I'm not an expert by any means. Okay. So number 6 note from the Gideon SF Investigates interview, it was like an hour long, and y'all should go watch that. It was really informative. SF Investigates said the public had no idea that it was Celeste's body that was found, but people on David's Discord already had an idea that it was Celeste. I don't know why he thought that. That's interesting. I must have missed that part. Number 7 note, house owners had no idea David was living there, which I did cover earlier, nor did they know who David even was. They never heard of the artist David. LAPD wouldn't give house owners any answers, and that's why they hired SF Investigates. The house was leased for the exclusive use of the manager, which ended up not being the case, not ending up being what happened. David was there, and then according to prosecutors and SF Investigates, Celeste was there, and possibly even another minor. Steve Fischer said they don't know where the actual unalive happened. And we, when it's they or we in this case, I'm assuming he means him and the house owner. I'm assuming he doesn't mean he's working with the actual police. He says that him and the house owner, the landlord, don't know where the actual murder happened. And just to be very clear, we don't know that an actual murder happened. Actually, yeah, the medical examiner said it did. But we don't know who did it for sure until, innocent until proven guilty. And they do not know where the weapons or the dismemberment tools are. They have not been located as far as Steve Fischer, the private investigator, is concerned. The video was made the first time she ran away, that January video where they're like, stop the stream, in the stream. When the video was made, the first time she ran away, and then she kept running away over and over. And SF Investigates believes the family had a pretty good idea of where Celeste was. He says that she was there during the time between February 2024, so Valentine's Day. So the very first day that the house was leased, it was Valentine's Day, 2024. And that's the day Celeste went missing. The first day of the lease, Valentine's Day, the day Celeste went missing officially for the first time from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is confirmed. The Discord was active until the body was found. Shortly after the body was found, everything was deleted off the Discord. Okay. David ran the Reddit that had to do with the Discord, and he deleted that as well. Okay. Does anyone know how to hype the video? I think you can't hype it until after the actual live stream portion is over. But yes, please hype if you're watching this on the replay, and click that like, please, please, please. Okay, SF Investigates says, okay, so during the first day that she went missing the first time, in April, the month she died, according to prosecutors, no one knows where she was during the whole year. So February 24 to April 25. Now, this, a year and 2 months, this does contradict what the prosecutor said at the press conference. The district attorney said at the press conference that Celeste was seen for the last time on April 23rd. So someone did see her. Now, was it the family? Was it someone else? I don't know. But SF Investigates saying, as far as he's been able to surmise, during the time of February 2024 and April 2025, no one knows exactly where Celeste was. Maybe she was at that other Doheny Place house. Steve Fischer don't know, but the cops probably know because the prosecutor said the last time Celeste was ever seen alive was April 23rd. That was her apparent death date. So maybe I think they probably obviously have more information than SF Investigates because he's shared all his information with them, and I doubt they've shared all their information with him. They haven't even shared all the information with David's team, last we heard. Now, he says he doesn't have access to any evidence that Celeste was living at David's house per se, but she is seen coming and going. SF Investigates says she wasn't truly a runaway because her family knew where she was, according to SF Investigates, because she showed up to like the cousin's graduation, and then you did see her on that Ring camera footage we saw before of her fighting with the neighbors. So she wasn't really missing, and this is maybe the reason why cops weren't actively looking for her, but that doesn't cut mustard with me. That sounds very much like 607 Crusty Dusty Musty Unk, who said, well, if the parents are okay with it, what do you want us to do about it? I don't know, like take care of the runaway and bring her back where she goes? Friends knew she was underage. Friends made comments about underage girl and stuff about Epstein. And we did see a lot of different things in the Discord over the last few days about how people were trying to bring this forward and to complain about it in the Discord. Hey, what David is a da-da-da-da-da. What about that 13-year-old? What about that 12-year-old? Last time she was heard from. So somebody had heard from her. Because they said it was the last time they heard from her. So she must have been heard from. Because if it was not the last time they heard from her, the last time they heard from her had to be another different time. But they said it was the last time she was heard from or seen. I thought it was seen, but maybe it was heard from. David posted something on his Discord about murmuring somebody. Oh, my Lord. Maybe arrest the guy harboring the runaway. Exactly. Exactly. They might know where the tools are from the Tesla cameras. I don't know if the Tesla cameras caught it or not. They're saying the Discord knew. And like we had this kid, Ethan, come out and say that he tried to warn everybody of this in 2024. There was stuff in the Discord as early as 2023. There's David looking at the two little girls saying, I love gooning, or I'm too much of a gooner for all this. It's crazy. It is crazy to say the least. Let me see if there's any breaking news about the case. I mean, it is Monday. Yeah, the campaign to scrub David's music from Spotify, I think, is so stupid. Because that's information that we need as the public and are entitled to. Oh, yeah. Did y'all see this? Fortnite is giving refunds on David skins. Hold on. Fortnite offering refunds to players who purchased in-game items related to David. The popular video game Fortnite is offering refunds. Now remember, this ain't just no middle of the mall connection. David made the anthem for Fortnite. He was one of the first people ever to play Fortnite all the way back in like 2015, 16, 17, whenever it came out. And they had like a whole anime music video, and David was the star of it, and he made a song for it. Well, Fortnite is saying, oh, Lord, we got to disconnect from this dude. They're offering refunds for in-game items connected to David. The company said beginning Tuesday, which I think is tomorrow. I think they meant this coming Tuesday, tomorrow. Players who purchased any David-related items will be eligible to get an immediate self-service refund. Players may also request refunds by contacting player support. We hear the concerns, they said. Oh, here's the tweet. This is from yesterday. They tweeted this. We hear the concerns, Fortnite status said on Twitter. We have a bunch of changes we're rolling out over time. The first one will be available on Tuesday, April 28th, when anyone who purchased one of these items will be able to get an immediate self-service refund. And right now, players who request refunds for David cosmetics via player support can be refunded. David was charged with murder after 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Whoever said that a while ago, it's so true. Like, if you can look at this case and say, look, first of all, of course, everyone is entitled to the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Yes. But if David did the things, or if anybody did the things that David is accused of doing, which we don't know because he's innocent until proven guilty, but it's going to go to trial, presumably. If he did do them, if you can look at this type of allegation, this type of behavior, and you can say that's okay in any way, then what is bad to you? What is bad? You can blame a child victim. You can blame a degenerated possible mother, which again, there's no evidence as of yet that we've seen that the mother did approve of this, by the way. But even if she did, if you can say then Celeste deserved, and nobody should be upset that a little girl got XYZ LMNOP, no need to continue repeating the allegations, then what's bad to you? Is anybody ever doing anything wrong? Nothing's bad and nothing's good, he said. David carrying around that anime finger is crazy. Traplore Ross had an informative video about it recently. Yeah, he's hit or miss, but yeah, shout out to him. He definitely stays on the story. Yeah, and people can believe that he's guilty. That's y'all's right. There are 4 items in Fortnite related to David, including the song Locked and Loaded. That was that anthem. This is the official anthem for the 2025 Fortnite Global Championship. The song was released on September 3rd, 2025, 5 days before Celeste's body was found, and a day before my birthday. David was known to be an avid Fortnite player and would often upload his songs to the visuals of him playing the game or his gameplay montages. Locked and Loaded was the last song officially released by David prior to the discovery of Celeste. So the last official release of a song for David was just a few days before Celeste's remains were found and months after she died, according to prosecutors. So Fortnite's saying, okay, fine. Look, first of all, we'll give you a refund if you bought any David stuff. All right. I don't know when he recorded the song. I don't know when he wrote the song. So it's hard for me to say, was this after he murdered her? And also, we don't know if he definitely murdered her until proven guilty, but TLDR, I don't know. The song was published after the unaliving, but just a couple few days before her body was found. Killers like to keep trophies. Who's an Aries? I'm an Aries rising. Aries rising, Pisces moon, Virgo sun. I'm looking for any breaking news updates real quick. Let's see. D4VD. Just go to the Reddit. Oh, look at this. This is crazy. 13 minutes ago, someone posted this one. It says, and speaking of Fortnite, rare old video of David showing his Fortnite setup before he got famous. So this is his Fortnite setup. This is how he would play Fortnite. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn the volume.
I got the basic keyboard. I got this for $15. I sit at this dining table, bro. This is where we eat. This is where we sleep. This is where we play games. I got the basic keyboard. I got this for $15 on Amazon. $60 60 hertz monitor, and then it's 240 hertz. I think, I don't know what this is. I play on a regular PS4 controller, you know, just regular. Got these, yeah. And I don't know what PC specs I got. I think it's like a 1060, 16 gig or something. It's a toaster though. I can't even.
Okay. Also, I want to show y'all this too. Yesterday we talked about the anime and the manga. That was like the main thing of yesterday's video. And we did review some of the theories postulated and put forth by True Crime with Strategic Eyes. Shout out to him. These are some tips that I got from someone in my email. So I started a little anime manga, section as it were on my David web. The David web is very sparse. I mean, it's not very populated as it were. I do have the bullet hole shirt right here. Looks more like burn holes, but I think it's supposed to look like, I think he's trying to go for bullet. So this is all from one email, maybe this picture too, but he has the Labubus. This is Neo the Asian, who was arrested in Montana and extradited to appear before the grand jury. They're doing the Labubus. Always love short anime nerd version featuring the Rizzler, who the Rizzler's a child, by the way. So she says, sorry for blowing up your email. Actually, I work as a proofreader, copy editor, and I work on a lot of manga. So the anime references in David's, so I know the anime references in David's stuff. I thought that I would message you about his cosplay and finger wrapping choices from the Thursday live video. Most of the footage is David in a cosplay of Sasuke from Naruto. Okay, so I guess this is Sasuke. I don't know, girl. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce Japanese words too good. Forgive my pronunciation. But she says this. Oh, thus the katana. That's like a sword. I have no idea what he's doing with the pickaxe in that video. We talked about him, swinging the pickaxe around. Sasuke is one of the main characters of Naruto, who later becomes an antagonist, like a villain. Okay, so he was a main character and then he turned. Interesting. But everyone makes up at the end. Oh, spoiler alert. Everyone makes up at the end. The easy summary is that he had a revenge plot and he made stupid choices and he was saved by friendship. Love that. Like Sasuke, though, I never finished Naruto because it went on too long and I think the creator got bored and so did I. When he's wrapping Sukuna's finger from Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm deeply curious about why he would be doing that or what he would be doing that for, as I can't find him doing any kind of cosplay for that season. Y'all remember Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'll remind you, or I'll let you know if you weren't in the live yesterday. Jujutsu Kaisen is the one where there's like a main character and he becomes pretty much infested or possessed by a demon because he eats the finger. Remember, he swallows the finger of a demon and then he ends up possessed by the demon. Pretty much he's like a human host of the demon. That's the anime plot. That one's called Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't really watch anime and I never like really have. I've seen like a few. Obviously, I love Kiki's Delivery Service. I don't know if that counts as an anime. I also watched another one called Sword Art Online where people play in the show that people are playing a video game, but the video game puts them in a VR and if they die in the game, they die in real life. So that's pretty much the extent of my anime. Oh, and I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender and Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid on Saturday mornings. That's about the extent of my anime, if that even counts. So, please don't, they're saying it counts. I watched Sailor Moon. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. How could I forget Sailor Moon? Yes, I watched that. So yes. Okay. Ghibli counts. Great. So Kiki's Delivery Service, me and my sister, we had, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 VHS tapes we in our collection. And that was one we would watch all the time. I loved Kiki's Delivery Service. We loved Kiki's Delivery Service. Loved that one. But I pretty much, if it's not mainstream like that type of stuff, I just haven't seen it. So I'm not trying to be an expert here. Okay. But so I'm glad people are weighing in. But the Jujutsu Kaisen one is the one where the guy, the main character guy, he eats the demon finger and becomes a demon pretty much. But then he has to eat all the demon's fingers and then they have to give him an exorcism. And then that's how they're going to have to kill the demon or whatever. These are going to be spoilers here, y'all. But the interesting thing is he has multiple personality disorder. That's how they characterize it in the show. And there's another show where somebody has multiple personality disorder, and it's based on a manga, but then they made it into a series called MPD Psycho, or multiple personality detective psycho. These are not words that I would use to describe this, and also is like a 30-year-old series. So words were, used back then we maybe wouldn't see used today. I'm not encouraging, I'm just telling you what it's called. That's the title. And that's also like somebody has multiple personality disorder. We talked about all this yesterday, but this person right here is Sasuke, and this one's from Naruto. We did not talk about Naruto yesterday, but she's saying most of his cosplays, David's cosplays, are this guy. And sometimes he's dressed as other people, but I never saw him dressed as nothing from no Jujutsu Kaisen. And she's like, I'm kind of a little bit of an expert on this, so I know these references, and I don't know why he was wrapping that finger. He said it was like, Sukuna's finger from Jujutsu Kaisen, but he don't ever dress up like that. He just had the finger. She said, I'm deeply curious about why he would have been doing that. I can't find him doing any kind of cosplay for that entire series. Sukuna is the main bad guy in Jujutsu Kaisen. This is the one where he eats the demon finger. The protagonist is Itadori, which I think Itami was a ripoff of this name, Itadori and Itami. Okay, thank you very much for that one. Interesting. And then that series, Itadori is possessed by the demon whose finger he ate. Itadori has to eat the fingers, of which there are 20 fingers, not just 10, girl. He must have had 4 hands. And then he's going to be killed. And then no one will ever be terrorized by that demon again. I doubt that this is actually anyone's finger, she said. Probably just a plastic prop, but who knows? He certainly don't have 20 of them. I wonder if he used them in a show or something. She said, I was going to remark that David seems to like the villains. But then I saw this article where he discusses wanting to cosplay Goku from Dragon Ball Z. I did watch that one. Or Dragon Ball. I don't know if there's a difference between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but I do know about Goku. I got the most information I ever got about Goku, not even from watching the cartoon, but when I was studying for the LSAT, the prep company that I used, 7 Sage, if you're wondering, not sponsored, but I would highly suggest anybody studying for the LSAT go with that company. They at the time, I mean, this was 10 years ago now, but they were the cheapest at the time and the best, actual best, as far as what I could tell. But anyway, they would always use these Goku references for LSAT problems. Like if Goku wants to go around this way, that way. And it was just like, oh my God, these nerds from Harvard with their Goku references. But he was always talking about Goku. Anyway, so she's like, I was going to say David seems to have a thing for villains, but then I saw this article where he said he wanted to be Goku from Dragon Ball, and that's like a protagonist. He's like a hero. He's one of the beloved heroes of anime in general. In one of the photos, he has a Hello Kitty backpack. This is May 2025, so about the next month after Celeste died. Lots of very funny errors in the writing of this piece. David gets ready with Teen Vogue at the Crunchyroll Anime Award. They're not the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, please. She said, I can't find any other cosplays he's done, but in this article, he claims that his outfit is inspired by another Jujutsu Kaisen sort of villain named Suguru Geto. She's like, check out the parachute pants. Oh yeah, look at the wide pants. Anyway, she said the most important takeaway, in my opinion, is that David has the taste of a 14-year-old boy. Oh, it's a good takeaway. Actually, there's a Japanese term, chunibyo, and this refers to middle schoolers who develop an overinflated sense of themselves, and I think David may be stuck in this arrested development. Then she ends it. She's like, oh, hold on. Got another email the next day. She says, it occurs to me that, this is a great point. This is such a good point. Okay, listen to this theory. I love when y'all send me theories. She said, P.S., it occurs to me, David said his dad, his father, got him into anime via a set of Dragon Ball Z, I guess cards, when he was 5 years old. He said, I watched it. Oh, a set of Dragon Ball, must be the movies, DVDs. He said, I watched it. I binged it from front to back. And then I was watching the weeklies when it was airing on Nickelodeon before it moved to Adult Swim. After that, it was Naruto and Bleach. the big three. So his big three were Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball, Naruto, and something called Bleach, which I don't know what that is. The big three. And after that, I was finding whatever I could online. So listen what she says. She makes a great point. She said, so in other words, he had access to TV. Yeah, because he was watching Nickelodeon by his own admission. Perhaps it was kids' TV, but what did they also play on Nickelodeon? Any millennial, which I believe David is much younger than me, but still in the millennial era. Maybe he's a Gen Z. How old would a 21-year-old be in the right now? What generation would a person be who was born in 2005? Gen Z. Okay, so Gen Z was born between 1997 and 2012. So David is squarely within Gen Z. Okay, so I don't know, maybe it's not Gen Z. Or excuse me, maybe it's not a millennial thing. But Nickelodeon definitely, when I was growing up, hold on, let me hide somebody from my channel. Bleach is Nirvana's first album, and the documentary that was made about his death by the private investigator who thinks that the official cause of death was not correctly reported. That documentary is called Soaked in Bleach. Anyway, so in other words, David had access to TV. What were they playing on Nickelodeon? Music videos. Remember those? They certainly were when I was a kid. So certainly by years and years, I was born in 1990, 15 years before David was born. They already were playing music videos and pop music on the shows on Nickelodeon. So she says, David had access to TV. He said he was watching stuff on Nickelodeon. These shows have opening songs. There's no way David didn't hear a song at all until later. Remember David said the first song, pop song he ever heard, and I'm saying pop, but like he said he only ever heard gospel music and classical music. He claimed he never heard a song other than gospel and classical until one day on the bus he heard Gucci Mane. No, not Gucci Mane. Gucci Gang. He heard the Gucci Gang song, and then he always wanted to hear songs and pop songs and rap songs and hip hop songs and other kinds of music. I always found that to be an extremely suspicious claim. You mean to tell me you didn't go to the Ross Dress for Less? You didn't go to the Wegmans, the Whole Foods? You didn't go to the Walmart? You didn't go in any stores and hear a single song on the speakers except classical and gospel? I don't find it believable. And then I'm like, what, you didn't have cable? And people would say, maybe his parents really sheltered him or whatever. Well, look, girl, he's contradicting his own story. He is contradicting his own story. I watched it, the Dragon Ball set his daddy got him. Binged it front to back. Then I was watching the weeklies when it was airing on Nickelodeon before it went to Adult Swim. After that, it was Naruto and Bleach, the big three. And after that, I was finding whatever I could online. So in other words, he had access to a TV, even if it was just kids' TV. These shows have opening songs. There's no way he didn't hear a song until later. And they have music videos on Nickelodeon. He was hearing the Dragon Ball opening when he was 5. When Naruto was on TV, it went with Japanese opening. So, okay, fine. That was mainstream Japanese pop or rock. Okay, fine. Maybe that, somehow doesn't count. He can be so sheltered, but he still had TV access. But I need his claim that he never heard a song to come with more adjectives. Maybe he should say American pop music. It's a great point. It is a great point. If he had internet access, he watched whatever he wanted. Weird boy. Commercials had songs. Hello. Even the songs on the show. Don't y'all remember those CDs? The ones they would be like, call now for Sounds of Peace and who can say where the road is? They stopped playing those. They stopped advertising those type of things by 2010 or whatever. I just don't believe it. It's just such an unbelievable statement. And if he could make such reckless, unbelievable statements about one thing that's so unbelievable, can he lie about other things? These are the questions that I start to ask in my mind. These are the questions I start to ask in my mind. Ads have music. Wow, that's what I call music 32. Waking up at 2 a.m. with the greatest hits. Hi, everybody. Yeah, seriously. Freedom Rock, Kids Bop. You didn't hear a Kids Bop commercial? Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. You bring in your... Who can say where to road? No. Those ads was still going with Trump running for president. Seriously. Now, what's interesting is I don't think he talks about Pokemon. You know, so many people are saying Pokemon is for nerds. I mean, he was talking about Naruto. I think Pokemon was kind of the entry level. He went straight past that to Dragon Ball. He claimed he got addicted to gore too. So how did he have access to Reddit and other things, but not a song? Devil's Advocate, not that she needs one, girl, but did you know Devil's Advocate, he did say he saw that first video of the thing that he made him eventually become, addicted to gore at 14. I think that's around about the time he said he heard his first song too, 13, 14. So, whatever. Anyone remember those ringtone ads? No. That's Cars for Kids commercial. They didn't play that one. To JG Wentworth, they play having an annuity and you need cash now. JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Pokey Gang. Okay, the Pokemon fans are in here, y'all. Shout out to Pokemon cousins. Even Sailor Moon has death and songs. Fighting evil by moonlight, daylight. Never running from a real fight. That's what I call rock. Oh my God. Stop the madness. 877 God no. It's like doing all my verbal tics that come to mind at this point. The neurodivergence is really showing at 2:46 p.m. He went completely the opposite of what his mom tried to make him become, and that's part of the problem. Maybe Lala's world, maybe, because that is Blair said I'm screaming. Maybe, but we also don't really know. I mean, we weren't in that house. They got a lot of people out here that try to act like they teach their kids a certain thing, but then behind closed doors, what happens, the house stays in the house, and maybe, it was all for the show. Me personally, I don't know. But if what they try to present to us is true, yeah. Sometimes you can hold on too tight and then the kids crash out and flash out. It's hard. Coconut. I've thought this too. Coconut Counsel said, I think he's going to plead that he has multiple personalities and he has an alter ego that also happens to be the performer side of him, like the Sasha Fierce, and he doesn't remember what happened because the ego did it. That is what is happening right now in that trial with the FedEx. I don't know. Maybe the trial has ended and wrapped up now. He did plead guilty, but that FedEx driver that unalived that 7-year-old little girl, he claims he had an alternate personality, alter. I don't mean to say the wrong thing. I don't know exactly how he described it. I believe he called it an alter ego, but it was named Zero and it was evil. And that's who killed the little girl. It wasn't Tanner Horner. It was Zero the alter. Well, look, listen, if Tanner Horner can't control Zero the alter, then both of y'all asses needs to go to the slammer as far as I'm concerned. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yeah. Oh, she's going Broadway. No, please don't. Would you light my candle? What are you staring at? Nothing. Your smile reminded me. I always remind people of who is she. We can go Broadway. Okay. I am not throwing away my shot. I am not throwing away my shot. Ayo, I'm just like my country. I'm young, scrappy, and hungry, and I'm not throwing away my shot. I'm gonna get a scholarship to King's College. I probably shouldn't brag, but dag, I'm amazing, astonished. The problem is I got a lot of brains but no polish. I gotta holler just to be heard with every word. I drop knowledge. I'm a diamond in the rough. I could probably do that whole album like that, y'all. Please. Please. His parents are not normal, so I said, I'm a diamond in the rough. A shiny piece of coal trying to reach my goal. My power of speech unimpeachable. Only 19, but my mind is older. These New York City streets getting colder. I shoulder every burden, every disadvantage. I have learned to manage. I don't have a gun to brandish. I walk these streets famished. The plan is to fan this spark into a flame. Damn, it's getting dark, so let me spell out the name. Okay, I'll stop. He hosted the Crunchyroll Anime Awards as Tommy. Oh, let's go over there. Let's go to the Crunchyroll Award. Please. The Crunchyroll Awards. That is so funny to me. Crunchyroll Awards. David. Orange carpet. Crunchyroll. Okay, hold on. Who needs a jelly roll when you can have a Crunchyroll? The musical break. Yeah, that wasn't that fun. The music crash out. Yeah. People, hey. Okay, wait. Is there a mod in here? Can y'all block the racist in the chat? I don't see it. As a fellow neurodivergent, I'm loving this live right now. Somebody get her up a piano. Yeah, Rent. What are you staring at? Nothing. Your smile reminded me. I don't know why that's the one that always comes to my mind when I think of Rent. We need an album made by you. I do have a music channel. Goriana. That's my alter ego. Okay. Here we are. This is a 30-second clip. It says, David Anime Awards 2025, Orange Carpet, Crunchyroll, May 2025. Okay. So this is 1 month after Celeste allegedly died, according to prosecutors.
We can hang out for a second. Control does want to chat. Okay. Sorry about that. Also, a race? You're right.
She got a lot of hair. I don't know. This looks more like David than Tommy to me, girl. He ain't wearing the white shirt with the blood all over it, for one. And for two, he's talking like normal. He ain't talking like a cult leader serial killer, but I don't know. Maybe he alter switched just right here.
It just feels, I think part of the reason is it's a good entry point because it doesn't feel like Western. It's like, it's just a good show. I'm born in Brooklyn, grew up mostly in New Jersey, now I live in LA.
That must be Morgan Roth. Girl, it's trying to lead me into my own live. Here. Oh, it's Sony. Girl, I can't play it because they gonna... Oh, what's this? Iron Mouse interviews David at Anime Awards.
I've got singer-songwriter David with me. You said that anime is one of your biggest influences, so I thought you'd be the perfect person to handle an anime lightning round. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you say the first thing that pops into your head, okay?
Okay, easy.
Okay.
I don't like this. It feels like lowly. It feels like lowly, and I don't like it. Like, why they got this thing with its titties out and sounds like that?
Pete.
Kaikaki-tan, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1.
Oh, girl, Joe, my God. Okay, so she's asking this cartoon character that talks like a baby, but it's got, looking like it's looking. It's like, what's the favorite anime something? And he does the anime thing. Like, he's a little child anime himself. Like, oh, stop. And then he talks about Jujutsu Kaisen. That's the one where they eat the demon finger and become possessed. Oh, my God. Misty, they could change their voice into something else. Why they got to change their voice into a little baby girl? That's nasty.
You say the first thing that pops into your head, okay?
Okay, easy.
Okay, best anime OP.
Kaikaki-tan, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1.
Oh, yes!
Yes.
Oh my God, that's such a good one. Okay. You're stuck in one anime world for a year. Which one is it?
Death Note.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's spooky, but good. Fill in the blank. I knew I was an anime fan when I...
Asked for manga for Christmas instead of video games.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yep, me too. Which character's anime powers are you stealing?
That's tough. I choose... Honestly, I want to be a Titan shifter. Attack on Titan. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, David. Have an amazing night.
Thank you.
People are saying that that's just a voice record disguise, whatever. No, girl. She's talking like a kid. It's cadence. Oh my God. Crunchyroll. Let me go anime awards. What's this?
Your new album's just come out. How would you describe it in 3 words?
Sad, emotional, awesome.
And what would be your Billboard #1 anime hit?
Listen, Kai Kakitan by Eve. If I had an anime superpower, I want the ability to Titan shift from Attack on Titan. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the month after Celeste died. Anyway, ew. What's Death Note about? Someone said the fact. Only Alicia Michelle said the fact he chose Death Note out of. What is that about? Death Note wiki. Does it feel like your like mom / aunt / older sister is like digging through your anime notes now? Everybody that likes it. You can be a VTuber, but looking and sounding like a child is a choice. Period. 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 Okay, let me look it up. Hold on, let me do a poll real quick because I want to know, am I alone? Am I the only person who hasn't heard of this thing? I just want to take a general poll. Am I, less aware than the average viewer on my channel? Or are we all in the boat together? We don't really know. Some of y'all know what this is because y'all got kids? I want to know. Okay, hold on. I want to do a poll just because I'm interested, just because I'm curious to know, like, what, if y'all know about what is Death Note. Wait, is this live? No, this is not my live. Hold on. I got to go to the live I'm in now. Okay. Imagine having to watch an ad on your own damn video. That's crazy. Okay. Starting a poll. I'm going to do, are you aware what the plot of, or what Death Note is about? What Death Note is about? The plot. Because I've heard of Death Note before, but like, could I sit here and tell you the plot? No. So I'm going to say, yes, I am a fan. Yes, because of my kids' family members, like little brother, little sister, something like that. And no. That's what I would pick. I would pick no. Because I don't know the plot. Okay. I'll put the poll up. So y'all vote in the poll. Okay. So 2006 TV series. Death Note is a Japanese anime television series based on the manga series of the same name, written by Tsugumi Ohba and illustrated by Takeshi Obata. It was directed by, let me just skip to the plot. The plot of the series primarily revolves around high school student, doesn't it always? Light Yagami. Oh, that's a cute name, Light. Who decides to rid the world of evil. Oh, great. Love that. With the help of supernatural notebook called Death Note. Oh, okay. The book causes death to anyone whose name is written in it. Oh, that does not apply to me. No, I dare you to try to write my fucking name. I don't dare you. Harm's gonna befall you if you try to put my name in a book. The book causes the death of anyone whose name is written in it and is passed on to Light by the Shinigami Ruik after he becomes bored with the Shinigami world. Girl, what's the Ruik? Let me see. Jump scare. Jesus Christ. It's a fictional character in Death Note. Okay, so it looks kind of like a demon, if I do say so myself. What in the Frankenstein hell is this? His head sewn? He had a head transplant? What is that? He is the Shinigami. What's a Shinigami? Oh my God. They are kami that invite humans toward death. In certain aspects of Japanese religion and culture, they have been described as monsters, helpers, and creatures of darkness. No, I rebuke, girl. No Shinigamis are allowed around me. They're used for tales and religions in Japanese culture. Okay, fine. Good to know. We're getting culture here. We're getting some culture. Fictional character. So this thing is what gives in the book. Okay, gotta be bad. It can't be good. All right. But it gives it to this guy, Light. This is the main character. Well, that looks like my cousin. That look my dad. That look kind of like my dad, really. But he would never have been wearing no suit like that unless he had to. This book causes death to anyone whose name is written in it, and this demon thing dropped it off to him. A 2-hour director's cut compilation television film, Visions of a God, aired on NTV a few months after the anime concluded. Okay, Viz Media, they came up yesterday too. I want to know. Let's get the. He discovers a notebook which claims to be, because this is the first episode, Rebirth. Rebirth. What is David's Withered album about? Death and rebirth. Death and rebirth. Returning to the dirt. Remember? On the grounds of a high school, the main character, Light Yagami, discovers a notebook which claims inside of it to be able to kill anyone whose name and face are known to its owner. He initially dismisses the so-called death note as a hoax, but after testing its powers, he discovers these claims are indeed real. Oh my God, imagine his surprise when he found out that didn't apply to me. The original owner, Shinigami, a demon named Rebuke, approaches Light and explains that the notebook now belongs to him. Since Light is, I would set it on fire instantly. He's the new owner. He is the only one who can see and hear this demon. Girl, he got schizophrenia himself. And look, another theme. He always, I'm kind of being a little, obtuse here. He also says when Light's time to die comes, he's going to write Light's name in his personal death note. Nope, that don't apply to me. Take this shit back. Go put it in the fire. No, thank you. From whence you came, I rebuke. Light decides to use the power of the book to rid the world of evil. Nope, not my job. And become the god of a new peaceful world. First mistake. I could tell you right there, that's your first mistake. So here's the second episode called Confrontation. As criminals begin dying from inexplicable heart attacks, the international police convenes to discuss this phenomenon. They're not able to explain it. They turn to, oh my God, do they have the death note on the nuclear scientists right now? Is that why they're going, disappearing and dying? L speaks to so there's this top ranked detective named L. He speaks to the Interpol representative through a computer and an electronic voice. I wonder if it's a big titty anime talking like that, promising them that they are dealing with a mass murderer and he's going to confront the killer soon. The general public has been calling this person Kira, which is the Japanese pronunciation of the English word killer. Okay, interesting. This displeases Light. Light is mad. He wanted to be god of his own world. Okay, girl. Death Note got something wrong with it too. And it just goes on and on. Oh my Lord. No, I never watched it. And I never watched it. That's why I'm reading it right now. That's why I said, what's that about? Thank you for the $2 Canadian, also player profit. I don't know if I actually got around to saying that. It's not what the F is going on. Most people are normal. Just because they didn't take anyone out doesn't mean that they're okay. Deeper your investigation goes, I now believe David did want to become an idol or start a cult. He wants to be remembered for sure and idolized like many people have with famous killers. Could be Dark Elf, could be, I don't know. Yeah, obviously, certainly. I know a lot of y'all in here actually like anime and watch it, and I like anime too and watch it. Kiki's Delivery Service, I told y'all. She counts. And Sailor Moon, I watched that when I'm a kid too. I thought that was great. Taught me how to be, Sailor Moon and them, the Powerpuff Girls and all them. They were teaching me how to be a good hero. So nothing's wrong with liking anime. I'm just saying the ones that David keeps saying are his favorite ones, they got multiple personalities. They got brainwashing. They got cults. They got demons dropping off books that kills people. I mean, these ones sounds like a little bit, it gets dark. That's a thing too. Like a lot of times I think, especially in the Western cultures where like the United States, where like if we don't actually individually personally watch anime, it comes as a surprise that something that's like animated, like a cartoon, would be so full of these themes. Like someone sat there and drew out dismembered body. Someone sat there and drew out these horrible things. And I think a lot of us associate cartoons with to be something to be consumed and enjoyed by children, and a lot of this stuff is definitely not for children. So that kind of is a little bit of a disconnect, and I think that is just cultural. Like we also have adult cartoons in the United States, but probably most of us are like, okay, there's cartoons by default, that's for kids. Then there's cartoons for adults. That's the exception to cartoons. That's how my mind thinks of it anyway. Let me see what y'all said in the poll. Let me see, am I alone that I didn't know the plot of Death Note? Can we get some likes on the video? Can we get some likes? on the video? Okay, let me look. Can we get to 1,000 likes? We're at 813. Can we get to 1,000 likes on the video? Okay, I want to see. Oh, okay. So it's about half and half. 235 votes so far. Are you aware of Death Note? Are you aware what Death Note is about? The plot. And y'all said 31% of y'all, yes, I am a fan. Shout out to y'all. 17%, yes, but because of somebody else in my family, maybe kids, maybe family member. And about 51% of y'all are like me and did not know the plot. Now, yes, I had heard of Death Note. And truth be told, when I saw that blue googly-eyed demon, Rebuke, I did recognize that. I'd seen that somewhere before, like, you know, on the internet out and about. Yeah, Vicky Season said, yeah, it seems like some anime likes to blur the lines about what should be for kids and adults. I mean, it's true. I think the ultimate thing is you got to just watch what your kids are watching with them. You just got to watch it with them. Thank you to Slimmy for the £1 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. You love Demon Slayer? Did he say that one? The demon likes apples? Oh, that's interesting. The trophy finger thing is wild. I saw it scrolling through Netflix. They sneak the satanic, demonic things the kids be watching. And I sit and watch cartoons with my grandson and I see it every day. I know you gotta watch. I did a whole thing on, what was that circus show about? Please, somebody remind me. You accidentally hit yes, you're a fan. Shelly, you're not really a fan. Oh, I said your username right. I accidentally hit yes, I'm a fan. I'm not a fan. He definitely chooses the darker ones. Light Yagami, who's the star or the protagonist of the anime, the Death Note anime, he writes the names of the criminal in the notebook, and basically they die of a heart attack or another death. I mean, they must have one of those in Hollywood where people magically die from pneumonia. I've heard of it, but I didn't know the plot. Can't tolerate anime. My husband is a fan. Anytime I watch or walk in the room, I'm so creeped out or disgusted. Warped Minds. Digital Circus. Whew, thank you. Thank you. Princess Mo. And Digital Circus, the amazing Digital Circus, that's supposed to be made for kids and it ain't for kids. All right. MPD has sexual violence and gore. Watch the Netflix. Netflix what, girl? BJ, I'll be yelling, change it now. I would too. They would not like coming to Mama's house. I'm saying turn that off. A Courage the Cowardly Dog was freaky. I still I'm scared to look out my window at night because Return the Slab might be out there with his little 3 pieces. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Return the Slab look just like 607 Unk. Hold on. Oh, this is 607 Unk. This is the same demon that got him possessed. Look at it. Look, Return the Slab. Her mom consented. That's my Y'all know that was funny. Y'all know it was funny. Her mom said it was okay. Woo! And the Red Lobster from Powerpuff Girls gave you the heebie-jeebies too, girl. All right. I'm about to send y'all over there to Rabbit. She's live right now. Oh no, not this demon possessed. It's the demon possessed it. Y'all can tell I'm getting tired or what? Hold on. Happy Monday. Monday's almost over on the East Coast as far as work day is concerned. I'm going to send y'all over there to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Hope she's still live when y'all get over there. Not the rabbi hole, girl. Oh, that's a whole different thing. Okay. I got y'all going over there to Rabbit. It's been, 4 hours and stuff. I'm about to go have me a snack, drink me some water. Y'all be careful out there. They got Return the Slab demons running amok on No Jumper. Digimon. Oh, Tamagotchi. I had that too. Little keychain. I don't think that's anime. That's all I really had for this one. Make sure you go to Rabbit. You'll be redirected over there. Just drop some likes, drop some hearts for Rabbit, drop some rabbits in her chat. She's been going live every day. And that's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, opinions ain't defamation. Everybody's innocent till proven guilty. Facts also not defamation. Love you, Mina K. Bye.